back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn.
In 1993, I was 13 years old.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
In 1993, I was 13 years old. My cousin and I, we wrote up like 10 questions to ask the head coach, Paul Westphal, of the Phoenix Suns, questions about how the season was going. We didn't know that the Phoenix Suns would end up in the NBA Finals against the Chicago Bulls. I spent about 2 months calling the AmeriQuest Arena, the Phoenix Suns offices, Paul Westphal's secretary, leading up to an interview that I was able to conduct with Paul Westphal on February 27th, 1993, after a Saturday practice. After the interview, I got to meet Charles Barkley. Paul Westphal led me to the locker room, and as we walked in, said, "Hey Chuck, someone here wants to meet you." And definitely one of the greatest experiences I've ever had, and one of the greatest encouragements I've had to start Quinn's Next Step. I forgot somewhere along the way who I was, who God made me to be, and the encouragements that I received from my mom in particular. My mom and my stepdad at the time, they drove me down to the AmeriQuest Arena. They dropped me off. I walked through the garage to the security office, where they then led me through the underbelly of AmeriQuest Arena. Got to see the practice court. Tom Chambers was standing there, watching people practice, and then went to the coach's office where I met Paul Westphal and sat down and had this interview.
Okay, question number 1. How does it feel to be the coach for the Suns after your years of playing for them?
Well, it's really a nice feeling. I never expected to be the coach, but I really like Phoenix and I like the team, and to be able to coach them is something that is very exciting.
Okay. How do you feel to have the NBA's best record in your first year of coaching professional basketball?
Well, it's really fun. In this game, it's hard to enjoy it if you're not winning, and to have the best record is a great feeling. The problem is we haven't done anything yet. All we've done is put ourselves in position to do something good, and we wouldn't trade places with anybody, but we have a lot of basketball to still play.
Okay. Do you think that the Suns have a good chance at winning the NBA title?
Well, I think we have a real good chance. There are a lot of other teams that have a real good chance too, but because of us having the best record, I think that we have a better chance than anybody else, because if we can continue to have the best record, we'll have the home court advantage and in the playoffs, and that would make us the favorite.
Okay. Who do you think your best player is this year?
Well, I think Charles Barkley's our best player. A lot of other guys are having great years, but he certainly is the one that's most responsible for making us the team we are.
Okay. What team do you think is the hardest team to match up with?
I think that probably Chicago Bulls, because nobody can guard Michael Jordan, and Scottie Pippen's not easy to guard either, and they're very good defensively also. But another team that's really very hard to match up with is Cleveland and Seattle.
Okay. What is your overall basic game plan?
Well, we just like to play to our strengths, and we try to take away the strengths of the other team and make them play to their weaknesses. So, for the most part, we go into Charles Barkley and see how the other team plays him. If they double him, whoever's open scores, and if they don't double him, then he scores. And defensively, we try to take away the other team's best options and make their players that aren't used to shooting a lot to try to beat us.
Okay. What did it feel like when they voted against your protest at the Spurs?
Well, we had to expect them to vote against it. The NBA doesn't like protests, and they look for any excuse they can to not uphold protests. We thought that we should have won it, but the fact that we didn't win it is just something that's out of our control, and we just had to put it out of our mind and go on to the next game.
Okay. This relates to that question. When you lost to the Spurs and also lost the protest, do you think that the team got discouraged?
No, I don't think we got discouraged. I think that in the NBA there are a lot of ups and downs, and you win some, you lose some, and you have to go play the next game no matter what. So I think we just dealt with it and went on to the next game.
Okay. How long will you be coaching for the Suns?
Well, I like coaching the Suns, and I hope I can coach for a long time. A lot of times coaches don't get to keep their job for a long time, so there's really no way for me to answer that. Nobody knows the future.
Okay. Which one of your players do you think listens to your coaching the most?
Oh, I think they all pretty much listen to my coaching. I think that it's important to let them play the game the way that they're most comfortable playing it. So I probably don't do as much teaching and coaching as maybe your coach would in junior high school or high school. But they all are very open and receptive to what we try to do.
Okay. Is it enjoyable being an NBA coach?
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I don't know if I would enjoy coaching the Dallas Mavericks and only have 4 wins, but I'm really loving coaching this team.
Is it an easy job?
I don't think it's an easy job. It has its ups and downs, but I really like it a lot, and I wouldn't trade it for any other job.
Okay. Were you under any pressure in your coaching debut this season?
I think that anytime you have 20,000 people watching all your games and a whole bunch of people watching on television, you can feel that it's important that you do well. But I didn't think that there was any extraordinary pressure because I'm used to it.
Okay. How does Richard Dumas compare to Cedric Ceballos and Oliver Miller to Mark West in terms of playing abilities, in your opinion?
Well, I think that Richard Dumas is a player who has a more versatile offensive game than Cedric Ceballos. They're both very effective. Cedric's a better offensive rebounder and probably is able to even score more points than Richard. Richard is a better shooter, probably a better passer, and better defensively as far as getting steals and blocking shots. But they're both outstanding players. I think that Oliver Miller and Mark West has more experience, and I think at this point of his career knows the league better and is a little tougher. And Oliver Miller has more skills than Mark offensively. He's able to pass and shoot a lot better than Mark is, but he doesn't understand the NBA as well yet.
Okay. Who do you think is the best rookie in the NBA this season?
Well, I don't think there's any question that Shaquille O'Neal is the best rookie. He's the best rookie to come into the league in a long time. I think that Richard Dumas, after Shaquille, is right up there with any of them now.
Okay. Who do you think is the best veteran in this season?
I think that Charles Barkley's having the best year, and I think between Charles and Michael Jordan, one of those guys is the best veteran.
Okay. And finally, who do you think is the best overall player in the NBA?
Well, it's probably Michael Jordan, but I'm not so sure that I could take him over Charles Barkley the way Charles is playing for us.
I have to agree with that one. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I said that after every answer he gave. And yes, at the time in '93, Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan, they were top-notch players, especially that part in the season. And I thought Charles might have been able to take Jordan and the Bulls that season. Fortunately, that did not happen. And hopefully I don't get too dinged for this, but here's some clips from the TNT segment on the passing of Paul Westphal in 2021.
But that to me is a perfect example of Paul Westphal.
Yeah.
Who just humility, makes you laugh. I'm gonna miss him. I'm glad when I got traded to Phoenix, he was my coach. But he means a lot to me and the people in Arizona, and we're gonna miss him. I want to thank TNT for letting me say that. And I haven't seen that interview, but that was a perfect example of him.
Personality.
Yes, personality-wise.
Yeah,
And with that, thanks for watching, and thanks, Coach. Appreciate you and everything you did for a 13-year-old boy who wanted to interview you. Thank you very much for watching. Please hit like if you like this video, hit subscribe for more content, and hit that notification bell so you'll never miss an episode. Please leave a comment below if you'd like, and we'll see you on the next step.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
Test, test.
the next shot.
Alright. Welcome to the test live stream. Quinn's Next Step. I'm Quinn. Might need to replace that HDMI. Ah, no worries. Let's see how video gameplay works. Let's try this. Test. Oh. Cut out all other audio. Okay, should be cool. Yeah. Thought I fixed that. Ooh, poor stream status. That's no good. Excuse me. That doesn't look right. Just checking out my settings. There's the key. I think that fixed my problem. See if I messed up the stream. That looks good. Okay, so if you're watching this, if you can put down in the chat for me. Alright, YouTube Studio saying more than one ingestion is using the primary URL. So one stream to the primary, the other one to backup. I have one on the URL and one on the backup. Oops. Do not talk directly into the mic. Check. Alright, let's play around.
Changing mag. Target down. Enemy inside!
Good work, soldier. Now deposit those tags in the bank.
Enemy in sight. Targets in sight.
Friendly deployed chopper gunner.
Run and collect your
Drop those
tags.
in the bank ASAP. Hunter-killer drone deployed.
Problem now is I just gotta find where he laid everybody.
Friendly Predator missile inbound. UAV online.
Why are you trying to shoot my dog, dude? Same team, bro. Oh, there we go.
UAV online. Sentry gun.
Oh shit.
Enemy EMP system inbound.
Damn it!
Be careful.
Sorry.
You're flush with tags. Drop those in the bank ASAP.
I could not
Enemy
get away
EMP
fast enough.
systems incoming. Be careful.
I just
Heads
helped
up.
them catch
the enemy
up.
has deployed chopper.
Oh crap. Oh crap. Run, 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 run.
Sentry gun deployed.
Enemy down.
Be advised, hostile sentry gun spotted.
Oh no, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him. Tippy tap tap. What up?
Enemy down! Smoke out.
I caught that.
Hunter-killer drone ready for deployment. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Need backup. Enemy contact.
There we
Bring
go.
it up,
Come on,
Squad.
go get it. Oh my gosh, they caught up quick. That's stinky.
Enemy airstrike incoming. Be careful. Hostile sentry gun in your AO. Enemy shock RC is coming. Enemy sentry gun has been destroyed. Friendly deployed chopper gunner. Hunter-killer drone on standby. Hunter-killer drone deployed.
Tango down.
Oh no. Didn't even look up there. That's probably gonna be it.
Friendly chopper gunner destroyed.
I'm hurt. Enemy in sight.
Predator missile
Did I
inbound.
just give him the last one?
Enemy contact.
Goodness. All right. So if you got to see that stream right now, let me know how it heard, how it looked. how it sounded, that'd be great. What was going on there? Let's see.
Priority tasking failure. Return to base.
So I had the most points, but I wasn't even the MVP. Oh yeah, had half as many kills. So if they would have collect more tags, maybe. Nope, nope. They just beat us. Let's hit it again. Alright, so background is doing that. Let's see. Which one is this? I think I know what I need. Not it. That didn't quite work. I feel like I'm missing something.
Tango down.
Good work,
Thank you,
soldier.
thank you.
Now deposit those tags in the bank.
Wrong way. Maybe not. Somebody's following me. There we go. Or not. Okay.
Target's in sight. Enemy in sight.
Gosh.
Contact with enemy. Enemy down.
There's your backup.
Tango down.
Ready for deployment.
Thank
Enemy
you for
inside.
bringing in more tags.
Sentry gun ready for
Enemy in
deployment.
sight.
Sentry gun deployed. Hunter killer drone deployed.
Target down. Tango down. Enemy in sight. Target's in sight.
Stealth chopper awaiting orders.
Now we're talking.
Stealth chopper inbound.
Somebody gonna get those tags for me? Thank you. Switch.
Contact with enemy.
There we go. What up, yo?
Enemy contact.
Oh no. Oh, he's double wielding. Oh, okay.
Enemy in.
That's alright.
Target down.
Enemy SAM detected.
That's right.
Stealth chopper. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
Target's in sight. Tango down. Enemy contact.
Hunter killer drone
just
Stand
gave him all
by.
those tags.
Enemy.
Friendly hunter
Thanks for the
killer
help,
drone
guys.
deployed.
That guy's just...
Target down. Enemy in sight.
Needed my revenge.
Throwing smoke. I got shot.
Come on.
Contact with enemy.
Hunter killer drone ready for deployment. Killer drone deployed.
There we go.
Enemy contact. Target down.
Deuces.
I got shot.
Come on.
They're hurting. Keep fighting.
Okay.
Reloading.
Sentry gun ready to deploy. Stay alert. Hostile gunship inbound.
Oh, crap.
Sentry gun deployed.
Contact with enemy. Enemy in sight.
Keep on them. We're winning this one.
Enemy down. Contact with enemy. Enemy down.
Drone on standby. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Come on, we're almost got him. Deuces.
Enemy in sight.
Take those.
Sentry gun ready for deployment. Sentry gun deployed.
Target down.
Friendly stealth chopper
There we
inbound.
go. Yeah, yo. We'll take that MVP.
Enemy in sight.
Hey, one guys, sit up there. That's all.
Contact with enemy.
Doesn't look like it's working.
Nice work. Well done.
How is my volume on here? Is that good? Looks good. Sounds good. I'll take it. Yeah, that one guy on their team was tough to beat. So this is interesting. Now let's turn off my background for a second. See what that looks like. Ooh, I have a fly. Oh yeah. This Call of Duty music is so epic right now. Alright, let's play one more round, then I'll go back to the loop. Figure out this microphone thing. Looks like I have a fly visitor. Have to get my zapper out. I think I'm supposed to be doing research for my next series of videos right now, but I figured trying this live stream out would work out. Oh yeah. That's not
Tango down.
Thanks for winding
Good work, soldier. Now deposit those tags in the bank.
Oh no! Somebody please get all of those tags.
I got shot. Targets in sight. Enemy down. Contact with enemy.
Up. There we go. Is this slice and dice?
Targets in sight.
Okay. Oh, they're gonna try to sneak back here. I know it. Taking a direct approach. Well, I'm gonna sneak back here.
Enemy in sight. Tango down.
There we go.
Enemy contact.
Hunter killer drone on standby. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Enemy down.
Go for this.
Targets in sight. Enemy
Sentry
down.
gun ready to
So
deploy.
sorry.
Sentry gun deployed.
Here we go.
Tango
Stealth
down.
chopper on standby.
Uh-oh.
Friendly stealth chopper inbound.
Target down. Smoke out.
Enemy UAV spotted.
Tango down. Enemy in sight.
Oh, what?
Enemy in sight.
Hey, why don't you guys, like, try to fight somebody, you know?
Enemy contact.
Be advised, hostile sentry gun spotted.
Tango down. Enemy contact.
I just handed over all of those.
Contact with enemy.
I'm just trying to catch up.
Contact with enemy. Enemy down.
Heads up, team. Enemy UAV spotted.
Enemy contact.
Get him, get him, get him, get him. Oh,
Enemy
no.
in sight.
Oh, that was crap. Look at that.
Enemy in sight. I got shot.
Oh, and then somebody else came up to do it to me. Hey, you know what?
Heads up.
Whatever.
Enemy UAV spotted.
So stupid.
side.
That guy is seriously distracting.
Hunter killer drone deployed.
Contact with enemy. Let's go down.
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go.
Enemy contact.
Enemy UAV spotted.
Enemy contact.
Good for them. I'm gonna give up. Nothing to give up if I'm not even doing nothing. Why?
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
Mission failed. Next time.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Back up and take
All right, let's get to one more.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
More call. We've got John. Hello, John.
Take the next step a little
By all means, call me Quinn.
Take the next step,
Quinn. All right, we will call. I was told John, but we will call
I
you
typed
Quinn.
in Quinn. There we go.
Somebody's getting fired. That's it. That's it. I've just about had it. Well, I like the background, and you've got a
Thank
you've got a great radio voice, and I sense something powerful coming our way.
Well, let's see. Well, first off, Rich on the farm forgot to say last week, so on his behalf,
Yes.
long-time listener, first-time caller.
There you go. Now
we
we're
go.
going old school radio. Okay.
And I thank God for all of you, all the encouragement. This past year, I actually just got my diamond in the locals community today.
Oh,
So
nice. We just
happy
started to
to
do those
support
badges.
the community back.
Oh, I appreciate that. So yeah, we're doing badges. If you've been in the community for a year, you now get a badge showing that you've been around. That's awesome. That's awesome. And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Hill Country, Texas, about an hour outside Austin.
How's it going over there?
Beautiful
I
out
feel
there.
like Austin keeps spreading and the weirdness is like starting to
About
seep
an
in.
hour and 15-minute drive away. So far enough away from the craziness. I live in the mountains.
Right. Nice,
It's absolutely
nice.
beautiful out here.
Great. So what's on your mind?
All right, question-wise. Well, one with the home studio. I was wondering how you and Isabel, how'd you make it the place you wanted to work from on day-to-day basis, whether it be your current studios or the ones you had in the past?
Sure. Isabel, why don't you take that one first?
I mean, I'm very much still a novice into the home studio world. I built out my home studio a little over a year ago, and it moved with me from Arizona to Florida. So we switched some things up, and I probably will reinvent the whole thing 20 times over. But I took a lot of inspiration from the video game streaming world about including little mementos or little things that speak to your personality. So you'll find my book in the background or pictures of me and my family. There's a lightsaber behind me, which is so silly and stupid, but just little things about me and my personality, I think, shines through in my content, and it makes this a really fun place to sit down and then rewatch all of the content that I get to make out of it. In terms of all of the nuts and bolts and technology, that's something I'm still learning a whole lot about. But I'll tell you, if you're looking to build a home studio, YouTube is your friend with good suggestions on equipment and cameras and microphones and all of that.
And Isabel, that's your spare bedroom in your condo, right?
It is. It is the spare bedroom of my apartment. It's nothing fancy over here. Believe me, you'd walk in and be like, this is where she makes videos every day, but it's a fun place to be.
So this studio, which obviously is, I don't know how many studios I've had at this point. It's been a lot of studios that we've built over the years, and I was sort of one of the first guys doing the home studio thing and all that. This one's in our garage, so we took 2 bays of the garage, and I don't have much room for bikes or extra stuff in the house anymore. But we built this. Connor, you want to throw maybe to the other angle as well? It's funny, I mentioned this once or twice when we launched this studio, but the angle that you're seeing right now, if the camera's over there, that angle was originally going to be the main angle. So my desk was going to go this way and I was going to be facing this. And we were like, it's a little dark. It's not quite, like, I just wasn't quite loving it. And then the day before we were going to launch the show, and I just wasn't fully feeling it, the desk, because we were moving things around, the desk happened to be in this sort of angular fashion. And I sat down and the camera happened to be on. And I said to Connor, I was like, Connor, look at this. Would you look at this? And then I saw this beautiful shot where we had so much contrast and different texture and darkness and lightness and, the LEDs over there. And one very cool thing is that, so the stone that you're seeing behind me, these are like 2x4 panels that are disconnected. If you can see, you might just be able to see a little bit of a line in between them. And they actually don't match at all. But my sister-in-law, who's an incredible artist, who actually did this painting over my shoulder here, she painted on top of the marble to make it look like it's one contiguous thing. It's like hard to believe that she actually did that. But if you're looking to build a studio, I would say don't skimp. Don't skimp. You're going to have to spend a little bit of cash. Probably not as much as I spent on this thing, but you want to get the lighting right. I've got lights down there and I've got lights up there. We've got, I don't know, about 40 sound panels in here. You go back to the other shot for a second, Connor. These panels over here, these slat panels, these actually are soundproof as well. We did the LED strips ourselves. We really spared no expense, and I think the proof is in the pudding. What kind of show do you do, or are you trying to do?
Well, I do a lot of DIY builds. I do some commentary and reviews. I do some woodworking builds.
Nice. What kind of DIY stuff are you doing?
A lot of around the house stuff. The last 3 weeks worth of videos was me chasing a field rat around, trying to trap it with different types of traps. And I have my German Shepherd Ellie trying to find it, digging up the holes. I'm throwing down smoke sticks to try to get him out of there. Haven't seen him in the last week, so it might have worked.
I love that.
I don't know exactly what kind of studio you would need for chasing the rat around the house, but
I am trying to do some in-studio stuff and a lot of outdoor stuff, just as a reminder to people to get outside. And we can't be on these screens all the time and constantly consuming all the stuff online. So some of the videos that I'm doing is a lot of outdoor stuff, do it yourself. We can't all afford to replace stuff when things go wrong. So how you gonna fix it? Fail, get back up, do it again, and never give up.
You actually just took the last thing the words out of my mouth, which were that I would say if you're just starting all this channel, first off, it seems like you're passionate about it. That's like the number one thing for sure. The second thing is just don't worry about the numbers. Like, you just can't worry about the numbers, because what'll happen is you could do 10 videos and they could have 6 views, 8 views, and 3 of those views could be you or your mom. But then one day you get a video with 200 views, and then suddenly you're like, whoa, that video got 4,000 views. What happened there? And then it just starts feeding itself. And there's algorithmic.
This is a start of a 10-year journey. I've spent the last 10 years subcontracting, work behind the scenes in video, creating videos for other people and other businesses. And so I decided, and God kind of led me with the encouragement of everybody from the locals community, in fact, that I should get in front of the camera and start making my own videos. So I appreciate
I'm very
all
glad
the
to hear that.
You're creating an army of streamers. You don't even realize it.
You guys can all replace me one day. That'll be all right. Like,
No,
you know what?
no.
When I'm ready to get out of the game.
Behind you.
Oh, well, either way, when I'm ready to get out of the game, it's like I could just hand the channel to somebody, you know? Justin and Luke may not want to do this. I don't know, they'd have to find a Ruben and we'd just figure it out.
Quick fun question for you.
Yes.
Dave. Are you okay with Clyde Drexler getting his championship in Houston, or would you have preferred he got it in Portland?
Oh, now you're like going to my heart. So that ball that's above me right over there, that's a Clyde Drexler signed ball that was from a Trailblazers game, I think in 1992. But that was the year that they lost to Michael Jordan. It's the very horrible game one with Michael Jordan and the shrug as he ripped Clyde's heart out of his body on television live. Clyde, obviously, he was a 10-time All-Star. Went to the finals twice with the Blazers. It didn't happen, but it's a beautiful story what ends up happening to Clyde, because he grew up in Houston, went to college in Houston with Hakeem, Phi Slamma Jamma, plays 12 years in Portland, twice to the finals, doesn't happen, then gets traded back to Houston where his family has a barbecue and he has so many roots there and everything else. And he becomes the hometown hero coming back, playing that half season with them. They were the number 6 seed. I think they're the lowest seed to ever win a championship. And they swept Shaq and the Magic. How'd I do on that, Brock? That's some good NBA history for you, right? So yeah, I am just fine with it. And I thank you for the question.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me, and back to you.
Well, he is a radio pro. There you go.
He
Isabel,
is. I love it.
I think we've done everything we can do today.
I know, including inspiring other people to do this. So not much else to say after that.
Well, then goodbye.
All right.
And the only time Nikki Haley gets stumped is when she's asked what country she doesn't want to invade. So,
yeah, I wonder if she, as a veteran myself, respect to her husband serving overseas right now, be safe.
Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
Welcome to Quinn's Next Up. I'm Quinn, back again with Peyton Ware. Here to go over some clips of the third GOP debate. Their topics included, well, the first one, I was very happy they got right out of the way. They asked everybody, so Trump's in the lead, what are you going to do about it?
Why should you and not him be the Republican nominee to face Joe Biden a year from now?
This country is in trouble, and the elites that have put us here, they don't care about you. They don't care that you're having to grapple with higher grocery prices or have higher gas prices. They don't care that your family's less secure because of the open border that's allowed drugs and even terrorists to come into this country. Well, I care. I am not going to sit idly by and let this country continue its downward spiral. We need leadership, and we need it now. I'll take the hits, I'll take the arrows, I'll take the slings, because ultimately it's not about me. It's about you. I will fight for you. I will make sure to lead this country's revival, and I will win for you and your family. Actions speak louder than words. We don't have time for excuses, and it's not something that we're going to be able to have all these distractions. As a veteran, I will get the job done. Now, if you look where we are now, it's a lot different than where we were in 2016. And Donald Trump's a lot different guy than he was in 2016. He owes it to you to be on this stage and explain why he should get another chance. He should explain why he didn't have Mexico pay for the border wall. He should explain why he racked up so much debt. He should explain why he didn't drain the swamp. And he said Republicans were going to get tired of winning. Well, we saw last night, I'm sick of Republicans losing. In Florida, I showed how it's done. 1 year ago here, we want a historic victory, including a massive landslide right here in Miami-Dade County. That's how we have to do it. So I promise you this, as the nominee next November, I'll get the job done, and as president, I will deliver.
Your time is up. Let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Audience, let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Why you and not the former president?
Well, I think you look at the fact that we're almost $34 trillion in debt. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 50% of American families can't afford diapers. 1 in 6 American families can't pay their utility bills. You have parents who are worried about what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. There's no transparency. We have anti-Semitism all over our college campuses, and students feel unsafe. You've got an open border where terrorists can come through, and we've got wars happening all over us, and there are dangers around us. You know, everybody wants to talk about President Trump. Well, I can talk about President Trump. I can tell you that I think he was the right president at the right time. I don't think he's the right president now. I think that he put us $8 trillion in debt, and our kids are never going to forgive us for that. I think the fact that he used to be right on Ukraine and foreign issues, now he's getting weak in the knees and trying to be friendly again. I think that we've got to go back to the fact that we can't live in the past. We can't live in other headlines. We've got to start focusing on what's going to make America strong and proud. And that's what I'm focused on doing. Let's make sure we pay down our debt. I think we need an accountant in the White House. Let's make sure that we have transparency in the classroom. As a mom, I know what that means. Let's make sure we secure our borders so that our families are safe. Let's get crime down, because our families want to know that they can be safe no matter where they go. And as the wife of a combat veteran, I will tell you, a military needs to know we have our back, and we need to make sure that America is strong.
Ambassador, thank you very much.
The military needs to know we have our back. Fuck them.
Let me just caution the audience. Let's not go down this road. We've asked you to please, keep restrain yourselves. It would be helpful so we can hear the candidates, because these are important issues, and the voters want and need to hear them. Mr. Ramaswamy, let me turn to you. Please make your case. Why should you be the nominee and not the former president?
I think there's something deeper going on in the Republican Party here, and I am upset about what happened last night. We've become a party of losers at the end of the day. There's a cancer in the Republican establishment. Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018, 2020, 2022, no red wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party. For that matter, Ron, if you want to come on stage tonight, you want to look the GOP.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
voters in the eye and tell them you resign, I will yield my time to you. And frankly, look, the people there are cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk. We'd have 10 times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters actually care about and bringing more people into our party. You think the Democrats, and we've got Kristen Welker here, do you think the Democrats would actually hire Greg Gutfeld to host a Democratic debate? They wouldn't do it. And so the fact of the matter is, Kristen, I'm going to use this time because this is actually about you in the media and the corrupt media establishment. Ask you, the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that you pushed on this network for years, was that real or was that Hillary Clinton made up disinformation? Answer the question. Go.
Mr. Ross.
This is how we get our country back. We need accountability because this media rigged the 2016 election. They rigged the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story. And they're going to rig this election.
Your time is up.
Accountability.
Let me turn to Governor Christie. Why you, audience, let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's let the candidates speak. Governor Christie, why you and not former President Trump?
Let's not do this.
Well, Lester, look, you said it at the beginning of the debate. We are dealing with extraordinarily important issues facing this country right now. We have our greatest ally in the Middle East under fire from a terrorist group that has committed to wiping them and every Jewish person in this world off the map. We have Ukraine with Vladimir Putin, a communist KGB dictator who wants to put the old band back together. He's starting in Ukraine, and he's going to move to the Baltics and Poland after that. We have inflation in this country that is choking every American family that wants to try to rise up and give their children a better life. And tonight, we need to decide which president is going to be the one to tackle the big issues, who's going to make this country look once again, not just inward, but look outward at the world. I'd say America is the country, the indispensable nation that makes this a safer world. And in a safer world, American innovation, American hard work has always been the thing that has driven our country to greater things. I'm going to be the president who will do those big things. We're not going to be small, and I'll say this about Donald Trump. Anybody who's going to be spending the next year and a half of their life focusing on keeping themselves out of jail and courtrooms cannot lead this party or this country, and it needs to be said plainly.
Governor, thank you. Let me turn to Senator Scott. Senator Scott, you've said former President Trump can't win. Make your case to Republican voters.
Well, certainly. What I would say without any question is that the truth of my life destroys the lies of the radical left. We need a president and a candidate who will actually help our base solidify and attract independent voters into our party. The Great Opportunity Party is now winning back African-American voters and Hispanic voters because we are working on a foundation based on faith. Our nation is facing some deep challenges. It is the loss of faith in this nation that is a part of the erosion that we're seeing every single day. It's restoring faith, restoring our Christian values that will help this nation once again become the city on the hill. When Ronald Reagan talked about the city on the hill, he was coming from Matthew 5. When President Lincoln talked about a house divided, that was Mark. Our founding documents speak to the importance of a faith foundation. You don't have to be a Christian for America to work for you, but America does not work without a faith-filled Judeo-Christian foundation. I would be the president that helps us restore faith in God, faith in each other, and faith in our future. Without that focus, none of the issues, the policies matter. We have to get back to being a nation that is, in fact, the city on the hill, that believes in each other enough for us to fight for that future.
Senator Scott.
What do we need him for? Just be faithful.
All right, opening statements. There you go.
There they were, right out of the gate there. Fun stuff.
So this time around, looked like the order was a little bit different. Ron DeSantis was still in the lead as far as this pack is concerned. But was that Nikki Haley in number 2?
It was.
And then Vivek Ramaswamy down to number 3. And then you had Tim Scott and Chris Christie pulling up 4 and 5.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Sounds right. There were 5 of them. So
I like, personally, the way Vivek turned it on Ron McDaniels, the GOP has lost a lot of elections nationally and state by state these last, 4-6 years, however long she's been in. And I would have preferred Harmeet Dillon have gotten elected earlier this year, but that's not what the people in the party that vote for it decided, so there's that.
yeah, it was that was fun. You know, he's making it entertaining. I've been hearing people say, "Oh, he's never going to be president," which you heard a lot of that in 2015, right? But he's making it entertaining and engaging. It doesn't sound like these sound bites, group research, focus group sound bites and regurgitated lines and the platitudes and the blah, blah, blah. Like, well, he's kind of sparking it up. He's going on the offensive. He's laying stuff out. He speaks a little better than everybody else, which doesn't hurt him. You know, Obama had that same gift. Just his ability to communicate and to get your attention, and he's kind of maybe following the other guy's example in that. But we miss him, right? He's not here. These debates would be much more exciting and lively if the leading candidate was participating in them. So I'm glad Vivek is picking up some of the slack and him throwing it back in the media's face on NBC. Poor Lester Holt and Maria, who's it? Kristen, thank you. They just and poor Lester. He definitely is not happy with the audience tonight. He's trying to shut him down. Please, let's not do this. Let's not do this. But they're backing their candidates. We want a robust debate. We want to know what the crowd supports and what they hear. That they like.
Hey, the fact that Trump isn't there, Vivek is the proxy. Vivek did everything that Trump did before, calling out the media. Only the thing he did that Trump didn't do is call out Ron McDaniel, in which case he supported her.
Yeah, a cancer in the establishment of the Republican Party. Those are strong words. That's like you're running in this party and you are attacking the very throat of it. And that's like, again, people are saying, oh, he's never going to be president now,
Well, and that's why, just based on the polls, Vivek is the Trump proxy because he's the one doing all the stuff Trump would do if Trump were in the debates. So Trump leading in the polls the way he is, there's no need for him to be there, but he needs to have a proxy there. So Vivek makes a great proxy.
You think he's eyeing a cabinet position and
honestly, I don't think Vivek has any backup plans. I think he truly does want to be the president for the next generation. And instead of always going with the professional career establishment politician type or Dick Cheney and heels type, as we'll see here in a bit.
I thought Scott was interesting, taking it to the faith. I mean, that's, something, since Pence is off the stage, nobody's really kind of going after that aspect of the whole situation, which was interesting, He said the issues don't matter and the policies don't matter. So I was like, well, do we really need a president in that case? Ron did his usual thing. He's a second place. He's the strong beta male kind of guy, and he's there. Then you got Nikki, and poor Nikki. She's got wars happening all over her, but she wants the military to know that she's got her back. So go Nikki, killing it so far.
Yeah, I'd say Ron DeSantis, as always, he's just solid he's got all the topics down. He knows what he's going to say to every line. I think for that matter, at this point in the race, I would say I trust his team the most to be a part of the next presidential administration. Out of all the candidates, to include Trump, whose cabinet members and people that are in and out of his business and life and candidacy, that revolving door, I don't trust what is going to happen in the next go around because of what happened his first term in office.
Right. Yeah, and Ron's definitely like your mainstream, middle of the road establishment candidate. That's where he's trying to land with, centrists, moderates, Republicans, the right base, Trump's people. He's reaching out to everybody, and
Well, I could tell that the mainstream media really was putting all of their efforts behind Nikki Haley on this one. You can tell by the questions, by how much time she had during the debate, and even yesterday, the day after the debates, they're all saying that she shined and that she won the debate, whereas I wasn't sure what debate they watched, but we'll watch some more clips. And
what's fun about her, I mean, you're right. She did get the media behind her because even the Democrats, and especially the mainstream media, love themselves a good war. And the only time Nikki Haley gets stumped is when she's asked what country she doesn't want to invade. So,
yeah, I wonder if she, as a veteran myself, respect to her husband serving overseas right now, be safe, and Veterans Day. Appreciate all you've done, and all the veterans that came before me, thanks for leading the way, and all the ones serving right now, thank you for serving, regardless of the politics that unfortunately is deciding your futures right now.
Right.
Appreciate your sacrifice. However, that does make me wonder, with Nikki Haley supporting all these wars all over, that, wouldn't you want your husband home, taking care of things here?
Yeah, he needs to come back and convince her to drop out of the race. That's what I mean. Again, appreciate your service to the country, but this is a more important service to the country. Get this woman out of the presidential race. This is my 2 cents.
Indeed. Well, no, as a veteran, we do take an oath, and it's to fight against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. However, if you serve in the military, you are not called to serve to guard the border per se, physically with weapons, as if you were doing so, or as I did in Iraq, and a lot of my brothers and sisters did in Iraq and Afghanistan. But that being the case, I am not a Nikki Haley fan, and so I think when it came to the clip where Vivek Ramaswamy said we don't need a Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels, and we have 2 of them on stage trying to take the dig at DeSantis.
Again, he's having fun with it. I like it. I want to see a little, come on.
Well, and the way NBC had it set up is, again, there aren't any debates. It's this speed interview crap that...
But they do let each candidate answer a question. It seemed a little more...
It was a little more organized in fact that, it seemed like every candidate got to answer a question.
And there's less candidates, so that simplifies that.
But the part of Vivek's insult had nothing to do with the 3-inch heels. It was the fact that these people are like Dick Cheney and want to have wars all over the place.
Right. That's the important part.
But everybody's saying that Vivek went after her for being a woman.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't the dig.
Yeah, that wasn't the dig.
In
she
fact,
was in heels.
He didn't even get to the dig until he said there's 2 of them on stage when he was trying to bring up the stupid DeSantis wearing boots thing.
Foot lift conspiracy. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. So it fell flat, as it were. And then later on, when there was an actual debate regarding...
I don't know. I think it stood on its own. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for, and I apologize.
Well, and then there was the Vivek and Nikki Haley TikTok argument. He brought up her daughter, 25-year-old adult married woman, still on TikTok, and you need to check out your own family first.
Right, because she went after him in the last debate about him being on TikTok for a campaign.
But Nikki Haley was so close. If she could have pulled the Will Smith thing off in that moment, she was so close to doing it. If she just would have went for it, she would have won it.
What, gone and slapped him in the face?
No.
Oh, the other.
Keep my daughter's name out your mouth. See, I couldn't even do it.
But then she needs to go.
But she started to do it. She started to do it, but because he didn't technically say
her daughter's name. He just said your daughter, I think, flustered her in it. Let's go ahead and get to the closing statements of these candidates. Are we done already? This is great.
There's a crisis that is growing in our nation, and that crisis is cultural and spiritual. We need a renewal, a great awakening. We should reject the left's valueless, faithless, fatherless society. We should turn back to faith, patriotism, and individual responsibility. We should stop choosing victimhood and start choosing victory. We should stop kneeling in protest and start kneeling in prayer. There are basic truths that built this country. If you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. I do not just want to...
Audience, please.
I do not just want to win the battle against Joe Biden. I want us together to win the war for our Christian conservative values that changed my life.
Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, you have...
That's why I'm asking you for your vote.
Wrap it up and give them the 15 seconds to close.
Thank you for hosting tonight. Listen, it's a gift to be an American. And I'm running for president of the United States because I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing the division. I'm tired of seeing the anger. And I can see in the eyes of Americans their exhaustion. Their exhaustion from the petty, personal politics that have taken over this country over the last number of years. I'm running for president to be a president of consequence, to do the big things, to make sure that America's role in the world stays number one, that we stand up for our friends and allies around the world, and we stand up for what we believe in right here at home. And it's not to eliminate our differences. Our differences has always been our strength as a country, not our weakness. But you can't truly say you love America unless you're ready to open up your heart to every American. I'm going to open up my heart to every American as president, and I will make sure that I return honesty, integrity to the Oval Office. We deserve and should accept nothing less.
Governor, thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Ramaswamy now. Your 1 minute.
We've talked a lot about foreign wars tonight, but we're in the middle of a war right here at home. It's a war not between black and white or Democrat and Republican. It's between those of us who believe in our founding ideals and love this country and a fringe minority who hates the United States of America. And I think it's going to take a commander-in-chief to lead us to victory in that war, who first of all knows that we're in a war. Second of all, can't be captured by the special interests along the way. But third is from the next generation, somebody with fresh legs to lead us to victory. I'll shut down the deep state. I'll declare economic independence from China. I'll keep us out of World War III, and then revive national pride in this country. I also want to close with one message to the Democrat Party. End this farce that Joe Biden is going to be your nominee. We know he's not even the president of the United States. He's a puppet for the managerial class. So have the guts to step up and be honest about who you're actually going to put up so we can have an honest debate. Biden should step aside, end his candidacy now, so we can see whether it's Newsom or Michelle Obama or whoever else.
All right,
just
Mr.
tell us the truth so we can have an honest debate.
Ambassador Haley, you have 1 minute for your closing.
Thank you. The world is on fire. We have a war in Europe. We've got a war in the Middle East. We've got China on the march.
Wars happening
It is very important that we know how to defend our freedoms and how to defeat terrorism and socialism. We have to know the difference between good and evil. We have to know the difference between right and wrong. We need to know that a strong America doesn't start wars. A strong America prevents wars. And the way we can focus on that is to make sure we go back to the soul of America and be strong and proud again. And we can't do that. We can't win the fights of the 21st century with politicians from the 20th century. We have to move forward. And we can do this. I know we can do this. So join our movement. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and we will once again show what America that's strong and proud looks like. God bless.
Ambassador, thank you.
I'll tell you what, I'll vote for her over Joe Biden.
Governor DeSantis, you're closing. You have 1 minute.
We must reverse our country's decline, and that is going to require leadership. I will take the hits. I will take the arrows. I will take the barbs, because it's not about me. It's about you. It's not about the past. It's about your future. We are going to fight for you. I am going to win for you and your family, and I'm going to lead this country's revival. As a veteran of the Iraq War and in the Navy, I will always put service above self as president. As the father of 3 young kids, I'm going to ensure that this country is left to the next generation in better shape than we found it. And as the governor of Florida, I delivered on all my promises, and you can trust me to deliver for you as the President of the United States. I am asking for your vote. I'll be a nominee that will be able to win the election. I will be a leader you can be proud of, and as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you.
Governor DeSantis, thank you.
So how are you enjoying the daylight savings time this week? It's dark. Yeah. You know, I mean, it always takes me about 6 months to adjust. Then we got to set the clocks for it again. Yeah. So, or 6, how many months is it? 6? No. Yeah, definitely getting darker earlier, but that is the time of the year that we're in. I'm originally from Arizona, so I never had to deal with this until I actually joined the military and started moving around the U.S., so it's all fine by me. As they say, the times they are a-changing, and it's getting dark. That it is. So any final thoughts on the closing statements of these candidates? Yeah, I thought, again, Chris Christie is coming across to me as a, maybe a more genuine feeling than some of the others with their more rehearsed lines. I mean, I know his are rehearsed too, but he's kind of appealing to a... he comes across as just, I don't have nothing to lose. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is, I think. That's exactly what it is. He feels like he's got nothing to lose, and so just put it out there. There's something I like about that. Ron, basically I thought he was giving his opening statement again, like maybe he got lost on the page. There were a couple of words changed, but we basically heard the same, repeating. Which, maybe that's just marketing 101. Say the first thing, repeat the phone number at the end. Right. People are dumb generally when it comes to the voting public, so maybe that's what works. Just say the same thing again at the end, and that's what people remember. They're not going to watch to the end, so hopefully... Well, in the last presidential election, Donald Trump only got around 23% of the vote. Biden just above that, and that's where we're at. Right. So we're only talking about like 45 to 46% of the population that votes. 20% that's 18 years or younger, and the other 35% don't even vote. One thing I've noticed is, listening to Vivek early on in some of his campaign and podcast appearances and stuff like that, is he moved the window, which I love. It's what I like about him. It's kind of reminiscent of Ron Paul. He started talking about this cultural decay, not the culture wars, but a cultural crisis, the need for, that rebirth, that reimagining of who we are, the pride in America. Gotta rise like a phoenix from the ashes. That's right. So now you're hearing Ron DeSantis' revival, and you're hearing about Tim Scott's cultural crisis, which I like. That means they're listening to him. They saw how hot, how many Google searches his words were getting. So they're following suit there, right? They're picking it up. So it's fine. As long as he's interjecting that into the debate, he's president, he's not president. At least he's got them all talking about it. That's why they all started talking about the Federal Reserve or blowback for military intervention. Things that nobody would talk about until Ron Paul got on stage and went toe-to-toe with Giuliani, about 9/11. Or talking about the Fed, things you're not allowed to really talk about. So I feel like he's moving the Overton window here, and I appreciate that. Again, his closing statement, what is it he said that... there was one thing. I can't remember.
Which one?
Vivek.
That the fight isn't between
Yeah.
races or even Republican, Democrats.
That's right. Again, believing in the principles of our founders. It's all good lip service, but I prefer his lip service over the others. And then there was Nikki. And she terrifies me. If I saw her coming, I would cross the street. She just has that look when she's talking about we got to know the difference between good and evil. I really don't know where she comes down. I'm not optimistic.
Yeah, I would say, Chris Christie, straight shooter for the position that he's shooting from. Same with Tim Scott, although Tim Scott seemed really long-winded. So he said, a lot of words came out of his mouth, but he didn't say a whole lot. There wasn't a whole lot of substance or a whole lot to grab onto. Definitely the faith-based stuff I could grab onto. But he did tend to drag his points along on run-on sentences. So that kind of disrupted me. Nikki Haley, they call her a war hawk for a reason. And if Vivek is honest in all of what he said as far as her business dealings, whether she was ambassador or on the board of Boeing and everything else, and getting private planes from different companies and nonprofits supporting her campaign. I'm not quite sure who she's beholden to.
Oh, yeah. There's no telling. There's no telling.
Yeah, how much is it going to cost you to get out of debt? God only knows how much debt her and her family was in, but that's only if what Vivek said was true. Speaking of Vivek, yeah, I mean, he was a powerhouse. I think he won the whole thing. Mainly because he went after the people that none of the other people went after. Like the fact that the GOP has lost so many races, and that the national GOP is not taking care of the state-by-state GOPs, that we should be targeting more voters, especially that 35% that doesn't vote typically in elections. Plus you have everybody that wasn't 18 the last time around. And so that's where the whole TikTok argument comes in. So whether they're going to argue about TikTok or not, I mean, if it's spying software and all these alphabet soup agencies aren't stopping any of that in the in-between times, it's like, okay, if someone shot a missile at us, we'd have an anti-air defense system take out that missile. Well, if they're doing the same thing digitally with an app like TikTok and stealing Americans' data, then we need to have a digital firewall, literally, so that they could not get that information. But I digress.
There's also the fact that
everybody has the choice.
TikTok is doing nothing different than Instagram, Google, Facebook, maybe even Apple in some sense. They're all taking marching orders from certain parts of the government when it comes to the control of information.
Come on.
And they're all collecting our data and giving that to the focus groups of these politicians so they know what keywords that people are reading on their Facebook app or scrolling through on their feed. TikTok, it's the bad boy because of China, and yeah, that's probably terrible too. And I think
it's the algorithm on TikTok, apparently.
But it's the same on Instagram. It's the same.
The algorithm in China for TikTok is different than the algorithm for TikTok in America.
Oh, right. They're promoting society destroying things here and that there.
Over there, but yeah, here the promotion is always towards negative. I don't know if that's true. I'm not on TikTok.
We hear that.
Don't look for Quinn's Next Step on TikTok. Not there. As far as that even being a national topic, I'm like, come on. I mean, I guess since it deals with China, but yeah, I guess that was part of what Vivek was saying. Having obvious Democratic actors moderate a Republican debate. I was totally in line with him there. Like, yeah, you should have Joe Rogan, who might actually let the candidates debate.
Love it.
Be the moderator.
Can you imagine him talking to the audience instead of Lester Holt? Please please, let's not do this. Can you picture
you can't-
Joe?
Joe would be like,
oh, come on, listen to this crowd, listen to this crowd. Okay, you guys shut up so we can fucking listen to them talk. That's what you want.
Well, and he would let them go at each other a lot more.
Maybe a little bit, but also reining it in. You know, I could see if he does a good job.
That'd be fun.
On his show. It's man, it's a crapshoot.
Actually, no. Who I'd like to see moderate the debate would be Jordan Peterson.
Now that would be interesting.
Psycho-op all of them.
That would be interesting.
Psy-up all of them.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. And so, yeah, Ron DeSantis, like the last two debates, he shows up, he puts out the same lines, and like I said, I trust probably his staff more than anybody else to go into the next administration. And that's one thing that we never get to see in these debates or even in these candidacies is the teams that are putting them forward. It's like, do you trust the teams? Because if you trust the teams, that's going to give you more confidence in the person they're putting forward. Whereas out of these 5 and 6, even including Trump, I would probably trust DeSantis' team to get the job done once in office versus the other candidates at this point, but that could change. Still have a long way until the Iowa caucus.
That's very fair. He was a great governor. He's saying the right things. He's kind of the chosen child of the Republican Party for those that are sick and tired of Trump. So definitely, he's not going away. But
so you're saying he's the chosen one of the? How do you level that?
I'm saying,
or what are you saying, or how are you dividing up? I guess the Republican Party. So I would say, based on the polls right now, obviously Trump's got the largest piece of the pie. Now, when I'm looking at NBC or Fox News, or anybody that is a career politician or commentators, they're all putting up Nikki Haley on all the mainstream medias. And that's why I'm thinking that Ron DeSantis, in this sense, yeah, she's both sides of the coin.
She's a true uniparty rep.
Whereas,
through and through.
I would say, even based on the polling right now, that Ron DeSantis is that one who is more America first. He would be in the middle of Trump and Nikki Haley, and definitely a more that moderate stance, but more
he's not as populist as
way
Trump.
Towards the America first. Whereas Trump is going to make more lefty deals than DeSantis will, but he's not going to go all the way to a far right position either. Whereas Nikki Haley is going to go to a far right position, and we're going to...
I don't even consider it that.
We're going to be set up in Ukraine and all around the world for 20-year wars all over again, whether it be Iraq, Afghanistan, the same similar situation, I fear, with Biden doing it right now, or if Nikki Haley were to continue that.
Well, and that's what you said during her statement about why are they our wars? When she's talking about, we got wars here, we got wars there, we got wars happening all over us. And you said, why are they our wars? That's a fair question, and I don't think she'd even be capable of addressing that. One thing I will say
our
that
biggest wars are going to be in our large cities, and you see the riots and going on all the time on news anyway. But I guess you only see what they show you. Sure, there's plenty of nice pockets everywhere.
What did you think about Vivek's closing statement to the Democratic Party about Biden being their nominee? Again, he's going for things that nobody's talking about, and I just like that. I like that he's making, he makes you think, he makes you react. He's forcing everybody else to react to him, what he's saying.
Well, I think he's right, but then again, maybe not. I mean, Joe Biden's been getting away being the puppet of his handlers, or however Vivek said it, this long. And at this point...
The puppet for the managerial class.
For the managerial class, indeed. And the way this GOP stuff is being ran, whether it be Trump going through all the trial stuff and all those activist judges working up that tree, or the fight that we saw on stage tonight, like, I think they want Joe Biden to fill in the seat for another 4 years. I don't see that in Ronna McDaniel, whatever she's doing with the GOP money and funds, it does not seem to be benefiting the Republican Party across the U.S.
Here's my prediction.
Predict away.
No matter who runs in this election for the major parties, no matter who wins the election for the major parties, I predict that Donald Trump and Joe Biden will neither be president.
Okay. We will take a look back at that.
They're not going to let it happen.
It would be interesting to see a Newsom DeSantis runoff.
This is post-election. We're going to have a Speaker of the House in the presidency. Something like that.
Something crazy. Oh.
It's going to get crazy.
All right.
You know what I mean? My thought is maybe Biden falls over, you know. Then we got Kamala in there. Now it's a mess. So what are they going to do with Trump? Trump's going to get elected, but then he's going to mysteriously die. So you know what's going to happen? The whole thing's the lid's going to come off. There's going to be this massive uprising, right? They're going to go on the streets January 6th on steroids. It's going to be crazy, and they're going to start their initiative. We have to quell the uprising. And that's how it starts. And then slowly you just wipe out this whole group that was causing these problems, that were ready to throw the middle finger to the government, to the establishment, that were ready to say, give me a hand grenade, it's Donald Trump, and put it in there, who are still fighting for it despite all the craziness. They're ready to take those people out, and they need a major incident like that to kick this thing into overdrive. So, just saying.
So, all in all, you're predicting a major incident after the 2024 election.
Between now and January of 2025.
Okay.
Right?
January 20th would be Inauguration Day. So is that the day?
I'm not predicting anything like that. I don't know. I'm just saying that those two guys, out of those two guys, whether they run against each other and one of them wins, neither of them will be the next president. Just saying. That's what I think.
All right.
I think somebody has other plans, and they're going to be able to figure it out much easier than the voting American public or...
Oh, I'm sure all the power players above our pay grades, they'll figure it all out some way or another. Maybe they can continue the ballot harvesting and work something out before the election. But, yeah, if we have a repeat of Biden versus Trump, that will be rather sad. But yeah, we'll see. Well, thanks for coming out again, man.
Hey, thanks for having me. Cheers. Here's to politics in this great American country, which is why I'm asking for your vote. Everything will be good. Nothing will be bad. We will get back to the good. This is going to be great, and I'm the person to make it great. God bless America.
What was I going to say? Oh, God bless America, and God bless all of our veterans, future, past, and present. Thank you.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. back up and take the next step again. up and take the next step again.
All right, welcome to Quinn's Next Step. I'm Quinn. You know, Splinter and Remy have been running underneath this garden shed for the past couple of weeks, and we have not been able to catch them, kill them, or get rid of them. So this garden shed's got to go. So maybe these would have worked for tinier mouse, but not for these rats. Glue boards, seeing that rat bounce right off of it. And of course, the one that's supposed to be a safe trap so you can release them out in the wild, they stayed outside of it the entire time, sniffing it all up and never getting to it. So like I said, it's gonna have to take it all off. Might as well get started. See, I thought I found a hole on how they were getting in one of these panels over here on the side, so I went ahead and put some screws in it, but I'm still seeing rat shit over here on this side, so I don't know how they're getting in here still. All right, I'm gonna need a few more tools to take the rest of this apart. Yeah. one more wall and then the floor, and I find out what the rats are doing. Oh, there you go. Catch it anyway. Nope. Oh, shit. All right. Time for the big reveal. You ready, Ellie? I'm not. I don't even know if I can do this. Oh, goodness. Should I open it your way, my way? Oh, yeah. Watch out. Oh, there it is. There's the tunnels. Ellie, get your nose out of there. Come on. Coming out anywhere else. Heavy bass. And who knows, maybe I got him. Maybe I got him, maybe I didn't. This has been Quinn's Next Step. We'll see you next time.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
Welcome to Quinn's Next Step. I'm Quinn, again with Peyton Ware. And tomorrow being October 21st, figured we'd go back into the past to talk about Back to the Future. And October 21st being 2015 when they went to the future in part 2. But we can focus just on the first one.
My favorite.
Indeed.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's your week been?
Good. Busy.
Yeah?
Yep.
Excellent. Excellent.
Lots of new projects coming out. Excited to share those. So,
go ahead. What are you working on?
Pretty with the band Kairos. It's a music video we've been working on for some time. A few different concepts that came together. Something we shot with a dancer named Victoria, who I've worked with many times. She's fantastic. And then the band themselves, plus adding in a live performance and a bit of a storyline there. So that's been fun. Very heavy in the visual effects, which is always kind of crazy.
And when do you think that'll come out?
We're probably a month or two out.
Okay.
For them to release. So, but it'll be delivered today, in fact.
Excellent.
Yeah. And then No Drama with Ali Matthijs. She's a local artist here who does Southern rock kind of thing, and she's awesome. She had a big shootout at the studio a month ago with about 30 of her friends, and they all came out and jumped in there for the music video, so it's a lot of fun. We got roller skating and disco balls and 1969 Volkswagen buses and pool parties, so
lots of fun.
No Drama. Yeah, plug for Allie. She's great. And yeah, just stuff, lots of stuff. So
excellent. Well, so when's the last time you saw any of the Back to the Future movies, would you say?
Hard to say exactly. I mean, maybe it's been a few months. It's one of Naomi's favorite movies. So we watched that sometimes together. It was about her age when I saw it, I think. Of course, I saw the USA version that was on cable or, so it didn't, a little bit edited there, but no, that one's definitely my favorite. I've seen it, I don't know, maybe 50 times.
Sure.
Probably fall asleep to it,
Yeah, it's by far my favorite trilogy. I wouldn't say my favorite movie, but as far as trilogies are concerned, it is my favorite trilogy as a whole. The first movie having to deal with the father-son question that Bob Gale mentions in this interview.
Bob and I had always been trying to figure out a time travel movie. We had never been able to figure one out. While I was doing some promotion for used cars, I went back to St. Louis to promote the opening of it in St. Louis, and I was digging around in my parents' basement. I found my father's high school yearbook. I went to the same high school that my father did, so that's pretty crazy, boring, whatever you want to think about it. Whatever. At any rate.
You're Marty.
I discovered that my father was the president of his graduating class. And here's a picture of my old man looking very straight and dignified as people did in the class of 1940. And I'm looking at him and thinking, geez, the president of my graduating class was an asshole. If I'd have gone to high school with my dad, was he one of these rah-rah school spirit kind of guys I couldn't stand? Would I have been friends with my dad if I'd have gone to high school with him? And boom, that was, a light bulb went off. So there's that time travel movie that we've been trying to figure out.
And so it gives you good perspective on whether or not you're the father or the son, and family dynamics over generations. And then that curiosity that goes into the second movie about the future, and in the third movie, how it goes all the way back to Westerns. The different dynamics in each of the movies, I think, builds a really good story. Plus, each of the movies does have that different focus. The first movie having to do with the father-son aspect. The second one, I would say, has more to do with being the father after being the son meeting the father. Now you have to meet your son and clean up his mess in the future. And then in the past, completely being Doc's story and his greatest adventure of falling in love. So I think all three movies individually work on their own for the story they're trying to tell, but as a trilogy from start to finish, I think is top notch. I guess that's why they said they would never make a fourth one.
I hadn't heard that.
Oh yeah, there's different spoofs and stuff you can find out there of what would happen if there was a fourth one. Plus, there was the animated series.
Hopefully they stick to that and we never do see another one. That would be god-awful.
I don't even think they'll make a remake. They won't remake reboots. I don't think they're allowing the rights to do that whatsoever.
Good, good.
So it's a safe trilogy.
Christopher Lloyd's fantastic. And one of the things I do like about the first one is, you know, it starts off with Marty's kind of a troublesome kid, or, you know, there's some friction there with the principal at the school, and his dad's not really a good, strong example.
Slacker.
He's kind of weak. And so there's this chaos, and Marty has to learn to go back and almost be a father figure to his father, to teach him to stand up for himself and to go for what he wants and to be a good man, you know, to take this woman and protect her. And that enables him, when he comes back to the future, to have a more fulfilling life, or at least a better foundation from which to, and with the lessons he's learned. So it's a great metaphor for reaching that rite of passage where you become
the coming of age.
The coming of age, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Where you become the father figure, and he does to himself, and so it's fun. And of course, Doc Brown being the, you know, the wise sage or the confidant or the man of wisdom that possesses some magical knowledge of us.
What he comes out to be is the actual father figure, because starting off in the movie, Marty sees his dad just still getting picked on by Biff after Biff wrecks his car drinking and driving. And it's like, your insurance going to pay for it? No, your insurance going to pay for it. Your car had a blind spot. You didn't tell me it had a blind spot. And so he has no respect for his father in the beginning. But as he learns the lessons from Doc, going back to 1955, figuring out how his parents actually did meet, or what their relationship was like prior to meeting, and the dynamic that Biff played in their relationship, that whole love triangle. And of course, adding himself into the mix. Made for odd bedfellows, but Doc's the one that gave Marty the line of, you know, you can be whatever it is you want to be when you grow up. So that way, by the end of the movie, Marty told that to his father, and so his father ended up saying it at the end of the movie when he had his book published for the first time.
There's nothing to be scared of. All it takes is a little self-confidence. You know, if you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. Like I've always told you, you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
A lot of times, the father isn't the father figure in a lot of relationships. How has that affected your life as far as maybe your biological father or other father figures you've had?
Well, you know, you do go through that cycle of when you're young, your father knows everything, and then your father knows nothing, and then you realize, well, they didn't know as much as you thought they did, but they know a lot more than you thought they did.
Right, right.
And the answer is somewhere in the middle there. There's also the element with Doc Brown where maybe when you're not having that connection you need with your father, that you might seek another paternal role model, or that fills that role where, again, he's somebody who's a little more accepting of Marty's shortcomings, who's maybe a little more respectable because he's independent and smart and capable. But he's a little wild too, so he gets to play his stereo in there and do things, you know, he probably couldn't do at home.
The things kids could do.
Right. But he learns to have that respect for his father by going through those own things himself, by having to deal with what his father did, falling out of the tree and the rain, and then standing up to Biff. Like, Marty had to do that himself for him to respect his father once his father was able to do that. So, you know.
Yeah, standing up to Biff, you could see it in Marty's face. As they presented it, the pride he had seeing his father knock out Biff for the first time ever, first time he's ever stood up to Biff. And it was for the honor of the woman being taken advantage of in the car, and it was his mom. So he got to see his father stand up for his mother prior to them getting together. So, or at the moment they got together in the new timeline. So I think being able to see that for himself and have that respect for his father definitely changed his perspective when he went back to the future.
Yeah. Well, and so I don't really relate to the character of McFly because my father was completely the opposite, extremely respectable man. He wasn't a bully or anything of that sort, but he, commanded respect just with his integrity and his actions. But I do relate to it in the sense of being a father and reaching a point where I really wasn't doing that at the level that I wanted to be. I had made some decisions that had pulled me away from that. And so I felt like this ineffectual, weak father that couldn't fight the circumstances that were right around me just to be more, respected. And I had to look back at what I'd done previously. And even though you can't go back and change those things, which is the rule, don't change anything, right?
Right,
or
right.
You're going to mess it up. But you can change where you're at right now.
And move forward.
And
I'd say, that would be one of the insecurities, myself, speaking for myself as being a father, is, it is tough to make those decisions on what kind of father you want to be based on whether it be the father you had growing up or those other father figures or mentor figures like a Doc Brown, or other friends or siblings, older siblings. I've always looked up to them and learned lessons from the choices that they made in life. But like you were saying, as a father, those insecurities of not knowing how to earn that respect the way that maybe our fathers earned our respect. And as you were saying, totally looking up to your father, then being like, okay, maybe they don't know as much as I thought they did, and then, but they still do know more than I thought they did. So like you said, finding that balance to have an equal as you become a father from being a son, and
which is one thing they addressed in the second one, right?
Right, and balancing all those things and figuring out how you want to be a father. Yeah. In the second one,
he gets to see himself as a father.
Right.
And also his son, right?
But he gets to see himself as a failed father.
Right. Well, because he tried to change things in the past with the gambling book, right?
Well, it all came down to him not being called chicken. He always got goaded into doing things, and so that carried from the 80s into 2015 with Needles. Needles was always getting him to do things that he knew he shouldn't have done, and he was making bad choices based on getting goaded into, you don't want people to call you chicken, do you? And so that lesson doesn't come into fruition until the end of the third movie. But he gets to learn that lesson by going to the future, seeing that his son turns out to be a wimp, getting picked on by Griff the same way that his father was picked on by Biff. And that's kind of funny because I guess as generationally, there wasn't a 1980s version of Biff to pick on Marty.
Right.
I guess that would be Principal Strickland in the first movie is about it.
Right.
Who's giving him a hard time based on how his father was in 1955, the original timeline. Jumping all over the place with those movies.
They're great. I mean, Robert Zemeckis is just, he's fantastic. He was a USC alum. The whole production facility there on campus was named after him, the Bobby Zemeckis Center. And really have enjoyed some of his work over the years.
Well, his attention to detail, top notch, whether it be all the clocks going in synchronization or the way that he foreshadowed things in the beginning with the nuclear symbol on the box in the opening sequence, foreshadowing that he had the plutonium he needed to run the machine. The fact that Einstein's food just kept piling up because Einstein, the dog, wasn't even there. Yeah, so the foreshadowing is definitely a good way to go there. Let's see.
Great soundtrack too. Alan Silvestri, and with some of the score there. Very memorable score, and the soundtrack, of course, a lot of fun. It was
Huey Lewis in the News, of course, who even got to cameo in it.
Or in the soundtrack, of course, a lot of fun.
It does
live
about how the music is too loud.
Of course.
Who even got to cameo in it.
It does live in this weird kind of... It does live
about how the music was too loud.
Who
even got to
before there was a
cameo in it.
PG-13. It does live in this weird kind of... It does live in Roger before there was a PG-13. It kind of fell in there where there was kind of... They were kind of pushing that line towards an R-rated. There's no PG-13.
All the Steven Spielberg.
It kind of fell in there where there was
produced stuff, pretty much. I know, like Bob Gale, he mentions like when they were trying to get the script out there, they got denied like 40 times. A lot of the production companies wanted something raunchier, like a Porky's, because that's what people wanted at the time, or Stripes. But then, of course, because it had that mother-son triangle relationship when they went back to 1955, which I thought was pure comedy as a kid. I didn't think anything of it.
I was pretty innocent as well, in my opinion, but
Disney was like, yeah, that's incest. We can't produce this movie. And so they eventually got it out there. And now it's part of the lexicon of all-time travel movies.
Iconic cinema. Yeah, Ryan George over at Pitch Meeting has this great take on Back to the Future. His pitch meeting episode for Back to the Future really lays out that love triangle in a succinct and kind of terrifying way. It's really funny. So.
Well, yeah, looking at the story from a pure black and white perspective, it's a whacked out movie. I mean, you got this teenager hanging out with this old mad scientist who burned out in his house like 20, 30 years ago. And so how did they even become friends? Why is he going over there to plug in his guitar and jam out? And if
Again, you're looking for that external father figure, I think. When you don't have that with his father, this is somebody who he at least respects. Again, they both have a little bit of a anti-establishment or anti-authority in them. Like they like to do their own thing. And
loner independent.
Yeah. So I think they connect there, and Marty has some respect for him because of his knowledge and his ability, and Doc has some sympathy for Marty because of his own kind of haphazard way of living.
Well, I guess if they all lived in Hill Valley, Doc would have seen what happened to George McFly through all those decades, and seeing what happened to the family, and seeing that Lorraine's brother Joey was always in jail for whatever he was doing. Uncle Jailbird Joey. So they did bring a lot of family dynamics into it when you think about it, with the grandparents at the dinner table, and they rolled out the black and white TV, and then Marty's like, oh yeah, I saw this on a rerun. What's a rerun? This is the first time it's ever been shown. Oh, yeah. But meanwhile, his mom is trying to get frisky with him under the table.
Yeah.
But that was, of course, supposed to be his dad in the original story. His dad would have gotten hit by the car, would have been brought in, and that's how they would have fallen in love. But that's when Marty basically had to see what it was like to be his father. Like, this is what happened to your father and how your mom fell in love with him. He was a peeping Tom. He got hit by your grandpa with the car, brought your dad inside, and nursed him back to health, and now your family was born. But in the new timeline, George McFly had to punch out Biff in order to get Lorraine.
Right, because he'd interrupted that sequence. The photographs were fading. Okay, what's your favorite moment in the entire trilogy?
Oh, in the entire trilogy, that might be a tall order.
Okay, well, how about the first one?
Yeah, let's start with the first one. The first one, it's taken me years to discover it, I would say, or it did take me years to discover it, but it's those attention to details that Zemeckis put in there, whether it be, I think my favorite thing would be in the beginning of the movie, it's Twin Pines Mall, but because Marty goes back in time and takes out one of the pines, it becomes Lone Pine Mall at the end of the movie. And if you don't notice that, that one little sign in the at the front of the mall at the beginning and at the end, I don't know how many times I saw the movie before I figured that one out.
Nice.
So I would say those are probably my most memorable thing from the first movie. I guess more story-wise and not as technical. There's so many great moments. I'm already thinking about the second and third movie, but with the first movie,
for me, it's when Doc reveals that he has the letter. Right.
Okay.
He doesn't destroy the letter, and he kept it. Which is.
Oh, when he was wearing the bulletproof vest at
right,
the end. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
Flying car could be a close second, and then of course when he gets the plug at the exact moment, and Christopher Lloyd's performance.
Right.
He does a great job. So.
Oh yeah, Christopher Lloyd's performance, getting all the cables connected, that was wild. But I'll go with Crispin Glover's performance when Marty comes into his bedroom acting like Darth Vader in the hair dryer and Van Halen cassette, and totally blasts him out and tells him, "You better ask Lorraine out or I'm going to come melt your brain." And that actually turns into the muse that George McFly needed to write his book that comes in the end. So that foreshadowing of him using that experience that he thought was a dream and turning it into a book that he was able to profit from. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, that's cool.
In the second movie, I loved hoverboards.
Hoverboards, I mean, it's got to be the hoverboard chase, right?
The first time I ever had, now we know it as an Inception dream. I had one as a kid where I had met Marty McFly, and he gave me a hoverboard, and I was somehow able to pull it out of my dream, and I woke up with a hoverboard, and I was like, this is cool. And then I woke up for real, and I was like, that sucks. No hoverboard for me. It was a sad moment. All the future stuff I thought was really cool, well done. The fact that the prediction of the Cubs winning the World Series was only off by 1 year. They ended up winning in 2016 and not 2015. I thought that was pretty neat. The fact that the court system works so fast.
I don't remember that.
They were like, when Doc Brown had the newspaper of what happened after they crashed into the courthouse, and that they were convicted like almost right away.
Oh.
And the justice system just works so much faster.
Right. Okay,
at that time. Of course, we know today our justice system doesn't, but whatever.
Right.
But favorite part in part 2, they did some good foreshadowing because part 2 and 3 were written and filmed at the same time. So they were able to put a lot of foreshadowing in the second movie for part 3. So when they bring up Clint Eastwood, when they go back to the alternate 1985 where Biff has his Trump-sized casino, in Hill Valley, and Biff is watching a Clint Eastwood movie where he uses the Iron Grill as a bulletproof vest, and that comes up in the third movie. Like, all that foreshadowing stuff is a lot of fun. The way that they did in all 3 movies, they had Lorraine, or whatever character she was playing, say the same line just a little bit differently. It's okay, you're safe and sound, back up on the 13th floor, or whatever floor it was in the second movie, or you're back in 1955, or you're back on the McFly farm. All those subtle things that they repeated but did a little bit differently, subverted expectations, but were fun as a viewer, I would say. Picking an exact moment in part 2, I would say their futuristic home.
Yeah. That was one. That was probably my second one. Yeah. It's cool. Cool, some of the cool tech in there.
Seeing Michael J. Fox play all the different characters. They had to flip the dad character upside down because they had to put makeup on an actor to not look like Crispin Glover. And all those court battles that happened with that. Because they're like, yeah, you can't use his likeness without paying him. But they sure tried. I wish that wouldn't have happened for all of them. I mean, Crispin Glover was a great actor, and wish he would have been able to do all the roles in parts 2 and 3, but things happen.
Yeah. He's an interesting cat. Very interesting guy.
Oh, when he came back in Charlie's Angels as the villain character, I was like, what? That was badass.
It was.
That was a great character.
It was pretty terrifying.
And that was a great movie just as far as reboots are considered, I thought, the Charlie's Angels movies. Total aside, I thought they were done well.
Part 3?
Part 3. Ah, man.
Doc has a love interest, so that's nice. Plus, you got the train. Time-traveling train sounds pretty fun. Hopefully there's tracks on the other end,
Yeah, and you would have to know.
Yeah.
How would you know in the future? Well, I guess that's why at the end of the movie
you can fly.
Made the train fly. Yeah, already had the hover conversion done. Yeah. Just the whole Old West deal was, I think, a lot of fun. We got this new courthouse. Now it's time to have a hanging. And apparently Michael J. Fox really did get choked out during that scene. And yeah, I forget what the situation was. Maybe I'll look it up and add it right here. But let's see. So Doc Brown had the rifle. They had Clayton Ravine instead of Shonash Ravine, turned into Clayton Ravine. And they're like, oh yeah, every kid knows that story because we all had a teacher we wanted to fall in there. But if she had never even taught yet, and she fell in the ravine, and they still named the ravine after her, that was my only complaint story-wise. Using the hoverboard at the end, the way it slipped onto Doc's foot, and he was able to carry Claire off into the sunset.
See, that one I've seen the least, and it's been a while. So I remember the plate. I didn't realize that the tie, I didn't catch it between Clint Eastwood and that. Of course, I hadn't seen them back to back. So you're making me want to do a Back to the Future marathon.
Well, yeah, in the beginning of the third movie, when 1955, Doc Brown dresses Marty, he says something to the effect, Marty says, Clint Eastwood would have never worn something like this. It was another little foreshadowing into him taking that name once he meets his McFly relatives, which I thought that was fun. Yeah, the fact that they just had a painting mural of Indians, and he drives into the mural, and then when he gets back to 1885, there literally is a bunch of Indians coming at him. Great transition.
Yeah.
As far as a visual transition going from a painting into a reality like that was well done. I like that.
Good films, good effects, good performances. It's family fun. It's
ZZ Top in the third movie.
It's uplifting. You can watch those and be in a good mood. The drama is it's overcomable for the characters. You know what I mean? Their conflicts are
well, and it's all the family drama. Even if you look at Mad Dog, Tannen, and then Biff and Griff, and you see how even that family. How it's that, I don't know, alpha male tendency that his family took to the nth degree to abuse just to get their respect. Well, somehow they were able to keep the family line going.
Yeah.
They all found someone, no matter how many piles of dung they got thrown into. That was another part that yeah, they kept as a common thread. That was well done. And then Doc Brown, yeah, he didn't have any family until the very end.
Right.
And the fact they named his sons Jules and Vern. I never saw the animated series, though.
No.
The animated series came after, and never watched that.
I didn't either.
I think I was aging out of cartoons by then. Obviously, I'd already watched all the movies, so. What was that, 12? Maybe 92, 93?
With the cartoon?
Probably.
I didn't.
I was thinking after the trilogy, after the movie trilogy. Would have been 92, 93 after the trilogy was out.
Oh, I see.
Something like that.
No.
Yeah.
Never saw it.
Cool. Well, apparently it was more of the adventures of Jules and Vern.
Okay.
Little kids running around, and Doc and Marty popped in every once in a while, I guess. Don't know who the voice actors were. Maybe we'll leave a link in the description below. Well, that was fun stuff. Enjoy your Back to the Future Day tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, we're 8 years past that date now, and none of those predictions are still true today.
Well, maybe somebody just has to go back and make a couple of adjustments to fix that. What are the rules with time travel? 3 important rules for time travel. Go.
Don't change anything.
Okay. That's impossible.
Yeah, you just being there is going to change something. So you can't do that one.
So minimize your changes.
Minimize interactions.
Okay.
As much as possible. The biggest thing about time traveling is that I would never do it even if I could, because of just diseases. Diseases alone would be like, yeah, if there's diseases in the future that don't exist now that I'm not going to be immune to now, I might just go in the future or the past and just die right away because I don't have the immunization for whatever.
Or conversely, you could be patient 0 and just wipe out everybody.
Exactly, yeah. Go back in time and, oh, wait a minute. I'm the one that was carrying the Black Plague gene this whole time, and it was just dormant until I went back and
you were fine
ate
with
some
it.
food.
You were
ate
just
some
a
food.
host. You were just a host.
Yeah, patient 0.
Then you gave it to everybody else.
Yeah, I started watching the Loki series. Season 2 just came out a couple weeks ago. And the way they do different timelines, and they got a loom that are bringing all the different timelines together to get into one timeline.
He knows it's a multiverse.
And Ant-Man, Scott Lang, he mentions, oh, yeah, so Back to the Future was bullshit. He did that in Endgame when they were talking about the way that they work with time travel. And I know what Bob Zemeckis said was that you create the rules for your time travel movie, stick to those rules, and the audience will follow. But if you want to make it make sense, you're not going to.
I think the third rule, watch Back to the Future. If you haven't seen it, great tips in that one. Check it out. It's a classic.
Yep.
It is. It's a great film.
All-time travel movies ever since will reference that movie.
Yeah.
Because of the rules that it created.
Yes.
And like I said, whether or not the movie goes by those rules or throws those rules in the trash and make up their own, they always reference it. Well, you have yourself a fantastic Friday. And
thank you, sir. Thanks for having me.
Great
it's
weekend.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to be here.
Indeed.
It's glad we picked a lighthearted topic this week. So.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Back to the Future is my favorite trilogy, and tomorrow's October 21st, so why not? Everybody out there, you have a great day, and take your next step. Enjoy the weekend.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. You're falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
Welcome to Quinn's Next Step. I'm Quinn. Got a nice project working today. Let's see how it goes. So this bench swing has been in my family for quite a few decades. And as you can see, it is no longer in service. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna build a new one, paint it the same color. Having fun now? Okay, we got some chains here of different lengths for each side. Maybe I should have paid more attention while we were taking it apart. Okay, we do have the same one. There we go. Just had to rotate it the right way.
myself in the head. Next picture of this one.
Okay, lift them both up. And cut. Cut. Oh, I got the cut there. I should have done them off center like that. Comes in at an angle. So this screw's going to come in at an angle here, so I need to determine what that angle is going to look like. If I'm going straight from here to there, I'm just going to draw a line. So that way, I'm going to start my screw somewhere around there. Whatever. Oh, I'll do that one at an angle. And then turn. Cut. Nope. I was way off. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 1 3/4. 1 3/4.
Yeah. Pull it toward it. Keep it there. Yeah, that one back in. my dots. It's gonna be on the opposite side. Okay. I have no idea. So, side support. So he's gonna cut off, he's gonna cut this off. You don't have to do too much.
Solid. Take it like and chip.
Do it again.
Hold on, hold back up. And coming in. One more time. Perfect fit. Alright. I'm gonna block my own light this direction. Hold on. Let's switch back. the edge on this bottom one right here is bad, but the one down here is okay. It's just the angle. And shake. Alright, so what we do is we take some sawdust, right?
Yeah.
Try to keep it as pure as possible. Just throw it in there. Like so. Then you take your wood glue. Drizzle that all up. Oh, I should probably put on gloves. And mix it in.
It's like dough.
Right? But now it's grain glue. And now, if I can not jack this up.
Now you can use it for
filling in the holes.
Oh my god, you're so smart. I can hold it. Can you hold?
A little jumpy there, guy. Let's rest it right up against it first. How'd I do? Nope. It's just such a small cut. Yep, there we go. And then go up with it.
next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
Welcome to Quinn's Next Step. I'm Quinn. Back again with Peyton Ware. Today we're going to look at the history of the area known as Israel and Palestine. As Peyton was not prepared. Well, first we're going to go to a video from Ben Shapiro that in fact was put out 2 years ago. Let's check that out.
The Jewish homeland has always been the dream in Israel. Okay, to understand how tiny this slot of land is, you kind of have to look at this map. Okay, so this tiny area right here covers Israel and actually some other countries. Okay, the entire map, if you were to zoom out and take a look at the Arab world, what you would see is this enormous swath of the globe, and then you would see like this tiny pinprick about half the size of New Jersey, and that constitutes modern-day Israel. It's a very, very small plot of land, and if you were to look at this area, like the narrowest part of the land is currently constituted, you'd be looking at about 9 miles wide right here. The Jewish history with regard to the land of Israel begins approximately 1300 BCE, before the birth of Christ. Moses leaves Egypt somewhere around 1300 BCE. There are various sort of attempts to date this. A little bit later in the century, Joshua enters the land. He crosses the Jordan River, right? So the Jewish people go out here, they pass through the Red Sea, they end up wandering around in the desert, and then they enter the land of Canaan, right, which is this whole area. By about 1000 BCE, the kingdom of David is established. Jerusalem is the capital, right? This is the first that Jerusalem matters sort of in world history. Remember, still 1,000 years before Christ. By 957 BCE, the first temple of Solomon is built. It is built in Jerusalem. Now remember, this is still a good 1,600 years before the rise of Islam. There's a lot of infighting among the Jews. There's a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. Those are two separate kingdoms. And you end up with ancient maps that look sort of like this, right? This ancient map is the kingdom of Israel, which was 10 of the tribes. And then you have the kingdom of Judah, which is the one that was governed by the Davidic line. The first exile that happens to the Jews happens in 722 BCE when the Assyrians rush in from the north. You can see the Assyrian Empire at the top of this map. They rush in from the north. Then there's another exile that takes place in 586 BCE. This is the Babylonian exile. So from way the hell out here on this map, the Babylonians come in, they conquer the land, and they destroy the first temple. In 515 BCE, there's this great return from Babylonia, and the second temple is built. In 63 BCE, the Romans take over. So Pompey, at that point, not the emperor, but just a general, takes over the area, and Judea becomes a vassal state. And Judea remains a vassal state of the Roman Empire basically through the end of an independent Jewish kingdom. It's called Judea at this point. It is not called Israel. 70 CE is the destruction of Jerusalem. There's a Jewish revolt against the Roman government because of bad administrative practices and because of infighting and because of a crackdown on religious practice, and Jerusalem is destroyed. And not only is Jerusalem destroyed, the Second Temple is destroyed at the time as well. 130 to 136 CE, there is a massive revolt by the Jews under a general named Shimon Bar Kokhba, Simon Bar Kokhba. The Bar Kokhba revolt was extremely damaging to the Roman Empire. They had to expend extraordinary resources in order to stop the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is why it was almost an independent kingdom for a solid 4 or 5 years there. They renamed the area Palestine as an insult to the Jews. That's why it was named Palestine. So when people say historic Palestine, understand that the existence of Palestine was meant as a name, as an insult to the Jews, who were considered the historic inhabitants of the land, and it is first used in 136 CE, a solid 1,200 years after the Jews first enter the land at a minimum. Now, finally, we get to the founding of Islam. So Islam finally is founded around the 7th century CE. Arabs take over this land in about 636 CE. In 1099, the Crusaders decide that they are going to take back the land. And from 1099 to 1291, the Crusaders are fighting battles with the Islamic world and establish rule inside Jerusalem and inside Israel. In 1291, the Crusaders are defeated, and a Muslim group called the Mamluks take over. They rule for a couple of hundred years. In 1517, the Ottoman Empire, another Muslim empire, takes over the entire area. Now, understand, since the destruction of the Kingdom of Judea, there has not been a single independent state called Palestine set up any time in here. It has always just been a territory of an outlying empire, and pretty sparsely populated, actually, because there wasn't a lot there, as it turns out. The Ottoman Empire, this entire time from 1517 to 1918, till the end of World War I, during that time, they really didn't want Jews settling in the land, and so they had barred Jewish land purchase. You actually could not buy land in this area if you were Jewish. Jews started to make sort of backdoor deals with local Arabs to buy their land, and so you start seeing Jews trying to escape various places from which they've been exiled for, thousands of years, back to the Holy Land. There was a constant Jewish presence here. Throughout all of these exiles, there's never no presence of Jews in, for example, Hebron or in Jerusalem or in various areas of the Holy Land. But the first major aliyah, which is termed the aliyah in Hebrew, that means to go up, right? Because there's a spiritual rising that takes place when you go to the Holy Land. The first aliyah is around 1882, it's late 19th century, and it's mostly Russians attempting to escape pogroms that are happening in Russia. By 1897, the Zionist movement begins, and this is the idea that there's going to be an independent Jewish state in Israel. It is launched by Theodor Herzl. He's the founder of the World Zionist Organization. He is not a particularly religious Jew. He launches this after the Dreyfus Affair. The Dreyfus Affair was this famous affair in France in which there was a member of the French army who was Jewish. He was falsely accused of spying for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It unleashed this giant wave of anti-Semitism. He was basically condemned despite evidence because of the anti-Semitism, and Herzl decided, well, anti-Semitism is too strong a threat. The Jews need some homeland to call their own. In 1917, Britain declares the Balfour Declaration. This says there will be a Jewish homeland in the area of Israel. The amount of land that was promised to the Jews was actually not just what is labeled Israel here, but also Jordan, which at this time was called Transjordan, which makes some sense in the sense that the Arab states around it were going to be Egypt, it was going to be Saudi Arabia, it was going to be Syria, it was going to be Lebanon. There are a bevy of Arab states that surround this entire region.
I just want to say one thing. That song is awesome. Shout out to Loden Fortenberry. Love the theme song. It really encapsulates the show and you, and he's just such a talented songwriter. I'm sure.
I couldn't agree.
Like that.
100%. That's why I asked him to do it. Thank you very much, Loden, again. Definitely.
Good stuff, good stuff. So what are we doing?
Okay, so there was the clip from Ben Shapiro in regards to some of the history of that land area all the way up through World War I regarding the end of the Ottoman Empire. So based on what we just saw, looks like historically, yes, the Jews, the people of Israel have been there, and Arabs have been there. They've been commingling for thousands and thousands of years.
And a lot of different hands have been in that pie. I mean, the area changed hands quite a few times.
Indeed.
Sounds like wasn't aware of all that. I knew the Ottoman Empire had taken over. There was the Babylonians, and so yeah, it's kind of been a hotbed of activity.
And according to history.com and UN.org, so Palestine comes from the word Philistia, in which case, according to the Old Testament, that would be the Philistines.
Mm-hmm.
of the Old Testament, and that was one thing I don't think Ben mentioned.
What does CE stand for?
Common Era.
Is it the same division as BC? It's just called something different. Obviously, they don't use BC, but
right, they don't. Yeah, so they use before the Common Era and Common Era, but that does line up, yes, with BC and AD.
Okay, gotcha.
Because they do not believe in AD being the year of our Lord.
I did notice that during the Balfour Declaration, I believe it was called 1914. Is that right? That the good old Rothschilds were involved with that. Lord Rothschild.
Yeah, caught that as well. So
go way back there, don't they?
Which actually leads into some of the agreements that were made back then at the end of World War I. Well, prior to, we have the Sykes-Picot Agreement between Great Britain and France in 1916. And then there was the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 and 1920, which under those agreements came the mandate for Palestine from the League of Nations for British rule to take place over the land, which created mandatory Palestine from 1920 to 1948 following World War II. And with that, we'll go to the Dennis Prager video explaining the Middle East problem.
When I did my graduate studies at the Middle East Institute at Columbia University's School of International Affairs, I took many courses on the question of the Middle East conflict. Semester after semester, we studied the Middle East conflict as if it was the most complex conflict in the world, when in fact, it is probably the easiest conflict in the world to explain. It may be the hardest to solve, but it is the easiest to explain. In a nutshell, it's this. One side wants the other side dead. Israel wants to exist as a Jewish state and to live in peace. Israel also recognizes the right of Palestinians to have their own state and to live in peace. The problem, however, is that most Palestinians and many other Muslims and Arabs do not recognize the right of the Jewish state of Israel to exist. This has been true since 1947, when the United Nations voted to divide the land called Palestine into a Jewish state and an Arab state. The Jews accepted the United Nations partition, but no Arab or any other Muslim country accepted it. When British rule ended on May 15, 1948, the armies of all the neighboring Arab states, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Transjordan, and Egypt, attacked the one-day-old state of Israel in order to destroy it. But to the world's surprise, the little Jewish state survived. Then it happened again. In 1967, the dictator of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, announced his plan, in his words, to destroy Israel. He placed Egyptian troops on Israel's border, and armies of surrounding Arab countries were also mobilized to attack. However, Israel preemptively attacked Egypt and Syria. Israel did not attack Jordan and begged Jordan's king not to join the war. But he did. And only because of that did Israel take control of Jordanian land, specifically the West Bank of the Jordan River. Shortly after the war, the Arab states went to Khartoum, Sudan, and announced their famous 3 no's: no recognition, no peace, and no negotiations. What was Israel supposed to do? Well, one thing Israel did a little more than a decade later in 1978 was to give the entire Sinai Peninsula, an area of land bigger than Israel itself and with oil, back to Egypt, because Egypt, under new leadership, signed a peace agreement with Israel. So Israel gave land for the promise of peace with Egypt, and it has always been willing to do the same thing with the Palestinians. All the Palestinians have ever had to do is recognize Israel as a Jewish state and promise to live in peace with it. But when Israel has proposed trading land for peace, as it did in 2000, when it agreed to give the Palestinians a sovereign state in more than 95% of the West Bank and all of Gaza, the Palestinian leadership rejected the offer and instead responded by sending waves of suicide terrorists into Israel. Meanwhile, Palestinian radio, television, and school curricula remain filled with glorification of terrorists, demonization of Jews, and the daily repeated message that Israel should cease to exist. So it's not hard to explain the Middle East dispute. One side wants the other dead. The motto of Hamas, the Palestinian rulers of Gaza, is, "We love death as much as the Jews love life." There are 22 Arab states in the world, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Indian Ocean. There is one Jewish state in the world, and it is about the size of New Jersey. In fact, tiny El Salvador is larger than Israel. Finally, think about these two questions. If tomorrow Israel laid down its arms and announced, "We will fight no more," what would happen? And if the Arab countries around Israel laid down their arms and announced, "We will fight no more," what would happen? In the first case, there would be an immediate destruction of the state of Israel and mass murder of its Jewish population. In the second case, there would be peace the next day. As I said at the outset, it is a simple problem to describe. One side wants the other dead. And if it didn't, there would be peace. Please remember this. There has never been a state in the geographic area known as Palestine that was not Jewish. Israel is the third Jewish state to exist in that area. There was never an Arab state, never a Palestinian state, never a Muslim or any other state. That's the issue. Why can't the one Jewish state the size of El Salvador be allowed to exist? That is the Middle East problem. I'm Dennis Prager.
Okay, so we went from Ben Shapiro to Dennis Prager in his 5-minute explanation of the problem. Simply explained, of course, harder solved.
Maybe simplistically explained a little bit too.
Indeed.
I don't know if you can boil it down to one side wants the other dead and one side's all good and only for peace. I mean, you know, there's people, individuals on both sides maybe that do different things. You can't blame an entire population for the government's decision.
Well, the one separation I did see in the video was Palestinians and the terrorist group Hamas, which after last weekend obviously condemn everything that Hamas stands for and does. They might be the ones that he was referring to once all Jewish people dead.
Sure. The
since the Palestinians have been living with Jewish people in that land for hundreds of years, it seems to be outside influences that affect those relationships.
I've heard some horrible things. I don't know everything that's been going on, but man, it's tragic. It's terrible. I don't know why some groups are allowed to have ethno-states and others are not, that it's racist and bigoted and exclusive for some people to have an ethno-state or to live with their own people or their own religions. But with some people, that's what God wanted. I don't know.
According to the Institute for Middle East Understanding, during Israel's establishment from 1947 to 49, approximately 750,000 Palestinians fled their homes and land in fear or were driven out. After the war, around 150,000 Palestinians remained inside of what became Israel's internationally recognized borders. Today, there are approximately 1.6 million Palestinian citizens of Israel, comprising about 20% of the total Israeli population. Though Palestinian citizens of Israel can vote and participate in political life, they face a web of institutionalized discrimination and exclusion. Since, of course, over centuries of years, with all the attacks that the Jewish people of Israel today or in previous iterations, as Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro mentioned, they've always been there. And I wondered about the congregation of all the Jewish people in one location after World War II, because that made them look like more of a sitting target the more you get there. But then again, we've seen time after time them being able to defend themselves in the creation of the Iron Dome. And so they've been able to defend themselves and not have to take offensive actions.
I mean, it seems like a really, really tough place to exist when you're that surrounded by hostile parties. You know, I mean, it's like maybe if you had the family farm and the house your grandfather built with your father's help, and you've raised these generations of families here, and it's home, and you don't want to leave it, but these neighborhoods are built all around you with people that hate you and want you to leave. I might move somewhere else and maybe just, you know, say goodbye. I know it's sentimental. Say goodbye to the old family farm and find somewhere maybe a little more friendly. I think, what if we gave New York and Southern California to Israel? Let them set up a new state over here. You know, get that out. That could be a new state. And
that is a good point. Yeah, the American perspective on the whole thing is, I mean, I feel that as a ethnic Jewish person or a religious Jewish person, you live wherever you want to. You should be safe, just like any other religion or ethnic person.
Sure, of course. But
because we're in America, yeah, we have the history of, okay, yeah, England ain't treating us right. We're going off and we're going to start their colonies, but then we're going to get in a situation where we have to throw tea in a harbor and claim our independence for our own. And we couldn't just stay on the East Coast. We went all the way to the Pacific Coast to have modern day United States. So yeah, getting up and going, we're no strangers to. And in all my travels, it's like I'm just waiting to find the place. And this beautiful hill country, I think, is it.
Gotta love it.
Indeed.
Well, and here, I mean, here there were many conflicts in the colonization of these lands. You had great empires fighting each other. You had indigenous and natives fighting each other and fighting the colonizers and ultimately getting wiped out.
Well, the Spanish and the French and English and Portuguese all in the Americas.
I don't know if there's any settlement of lands or migration of people that has been without bloodshed and violence. Not to, you know, again, not trying to justify anything here. I think that there's, you know, there's got to be a nuanced way to look at it.
That reminds me, there will be a future episode where I do ask the question, what is authority and where do these authorities come from? Because as we know, after World War II, in those Israel lands, or it became the land of Israel, then they started chopping it up, just as Dennis Prager mentioned. And like you mentioned, that is one side of the story. Let's go ahead and take a look at a brief animated history of the question of Palestine from the UN Palestinian Rights Committee to get an idea of what their side of the situation stands for and says.
The question of Palestine keeps returning to our screens. But why? Well, it's an injustice and a denial of human rights that has persisted for over 100 years, with global implications. Here is a brief overview. After World War I, the League of Nations placed Palestine, formerly part of the Ottoman Empire, under a British administration that supported the creation of a Jewish national home there, a move that pleased Zionist leaders who considered it the ancient Jewish homeland. Amid increased immigration and foreign rule, Palestinians who had lived on the land for centuries staged an uprising from 1936 to 1939, which led to repression, including by British forces and Jewish militia. In 1947, the UN decided to partition Palestine into two independent states. Jerusalem was to be placed under UN administration. However, Israel declared independence in 1948 and captured much more of Palestine than the partition plan allocated, except for the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, held by Jordan, and the Gaza Strip, held by Egypt. More than half of the Palestinians were expelled from or fled their homes and ended up in refugee camps in the West Bank, Gaza, and neighboring countries. Palestinians refer to this as the Nakba, or catastrophe. They remain refugees to this day, mostly relying on the UN Palestine Refugee Agency, which was created specifically for this case. In the 1967 Six-Day War, fought between Israel and neighboring Arab states, an additional 500,000 Palestinians were forced to flee. Israel occupied Gaza and the West Bank and annexed East Jerusalem, including the Old City. In the years following, the UN General Assembly affirmed the rights of Palestinians to self-determination, sovereignty, independence, and refugee return. In 1974, it recognized the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Palestinians revolted against the Israeli occupation in 1987, referred to as the First Intifada, or uprising. Intense diplomacy followed and led to the signing of the interim Oslo Accords between Israel and the PLO in the 1990s. Palestinians recognized Israel, and the Palestinian Authority was established to govern parts of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Further negotiations failed to resolve the remaining issues, as Israel expropriated Palestinian land and continued to transfer its population to illegal settlements in occupied Palestinian territory. During the Second Intifada in 2000, armed clashes and bomb attacks ensued. Israel built the West Bank separation wall, much of it inside Palestinian territory, seizing land and restricting freedom of movement. The International Court of Justice determined that the wall inside Palestinian territory was illegal. In 2005, Israel withdrew troops and settlers from Gaza. After an armed takeover by Hamas, Palestine's Islamic Resistance Movement, in 2007, Israel imposed a blockade on Gaza, which has caused a deepening humanitarian crisis, along with Palestinian resistance. Palestine became a UN non-member observer state in 2012, and a few years later, the Security Council demanded that Israel cease illegal settlement activity. However, settlements continue to expand. Despite broad international support for a two-state solution, it has not been possible to justly resolve core final status issues in accordance with UN resolutions. And that is why, until justice and international law prevail and Israel ends its occupation, we will continue to see the Palestinians struggle for their rights on our screens.
Okay, so that was definitely a different take on just the last 100 years of the area, and how the people have moved about based on UN control, British control. Saw Bill Clinton even making peace treaties in there.
Yasser Arafat, I remember that. I didn't know what it meant really at the time, but I remember.
But it was the Palestinians acknowledging Israel. So it seems that every generation is having the same battle in between the groups of people that live there.
I see there's something here that's kind of reminds me of what's going on here right now, which is this dichotomy of information that people receive. I think it's good that we're looking at both perspectives here, or at least hearing out what somebody might say about this side or that side of the conflict. Here in the States right now, you're getting one side completely demonizing the other in the political spectrum, almost to the point of where they see them as enemies. Obviously, we don't have the history of actual war here between those sides, but boy, it sure seems to be really coming down to a hardline division that you just refuse to acknowledge or listen to the other side. Oh, the moral equivalency argument. It's a tough thing. I think it's good to take in all this information, because if you just watch one or the other, you might just assume that, you know, oh, this is the truth, and there's no other perspective that could possibly be. I mean, it's just demons.
Well, you mentioned that you thought that Dennis Prager might have gone too far, saying, oh, it's just about one side wanting the other side dead. But even at the end of that video, they said, unless all the Jewish people get out, there will be no peace.
Right. It seems like an unresolvable conflict. Somebody's going to have to kill all the other side. So right. I'm guessing right now that most of the world wants Hamas dead, which they mentioned that Hamas had taken over
Well, last weekend, during the Hamas terrorist attack, there were Palestinians all across the world celebrating the deaths of all the Jewish people that day.
And what will happen once Israel wipes out the Palestinian territories and turns it to glass? Probably some celebration.
Indeed.
Wish we would quit celebrating
all the death.
Yeah.
All the death that we could hopefully avoid.
Will it happen? Can the major religions of the world make peace with each other? I hope.
Well, and that's why I think the important distinction between Palestinian people that do not want all the Jewish people dead versus maybe Hamas who do. If that is the distinction that can be made, great. But if, according to that, the Palestinian Committee from the UN wants all the Jewish people out of there, so how else are they going to do it? It seems like they want to have one side eliminated, just from their own words.
We have to really see each other as people. There's people in this country who think that all Muslims are terrorists, literally. And there's people in this country that think all Jews are corrupt and control all the centers of power, literally. And the answer is not that.
Well, it's like you said earlier,
clear.
It's all about the individual and what propaganda, one way or the other, someone gets sucked into becomes their bubble, and they're not able to see each other for being another human being. Having served in Kirkuk, Iraq as an army medic, I met the local Iraqi people there. I talked to them, had great conversations. One gentleman I remember talking to was probably in his mid-20s, and I was in my late 20s, and I asked him about what it was like growing up in Iraq, because I remember Desert Storm in the early 90s having happened, and so he was just a child when that happened. And so he just said, this is the way it's always been. And so I figure in this situation, probably a lot of the same.
Sure.
And we'll go for two from AJ Plus, also known as Al Jazeera Plus. We will see their perspective on how Israel is created.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a letter that would set off a conflict still being fought more than 100 years later.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object.
When Balfour wrote of his government's intent to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine, 90% of the people living there were not Jewish. Just 31 years later, most of them were gone.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים.
This is the story of the British promise that led to the destruction of Palestine and the creation of the State of Israel. Let's start with the obvious question. Why were the British making promises about other people's countries? The short answer, empire is one hell of a drug. This was World War I, and the British were making lots of promises. In addition to promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine, they promised Arab leaders independence if they rose up against Britain's enemy, the Ottoman Empire. The Arabs did. Hollywood even made a movie about it.
Arabia's for the Arabs now. That's what I've told them anyway. That's what they think. That's why they're fighting.
Oh, surely.
A month after Balfour's letter, British troops took Palestine, ending 400 years of Ottoman rule. The people who lived there were Arabs, mostly Muslims, but there were Christian and Jewish minorities too. There was also a tiny number of European Jews who in the late 1800s had started building small colonies there. At a time when many Jews were suffering horrific persecution in Europe, they felt Palestine could be an escape. The idea of building up a Jewish presence in Palestine became known as Zionism, but it stayed a fringe movement among European Jews. Many of them felt they shouldn't have to leave their countries to avoid persecution. But Zionism as a political movement took a big step forward with an Austrian man called Theodor Herzl. And this guy is a very important name in this story. In 1896, he published Der Judenstaat, or in English, The Jewish State. In it, he said the only way for Jews to avoid Europe's anti-Semitism was not just to leave, but to have their own country. And Herzl didn't just write. The next year, he organized a conference in Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress. The attendees agreed on a program which sought, among other things, to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine and promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine, companies to buy land there, and recruiting representatives to advocate for their cause with different governments. A few days after the conference, Herzl wrote this in his diary.
At Basel, I founded the Jewish state. In 5 years perhaps, and certainly in 50 years, everyone will perceive it.
He was only off by 1 year. Okay, so that is a lot of history, but it's important because the Zionist movement is a critical part of the story going forward, especially after it found a friend in the British government, where a lot of high-ranking officials supported Zionism, sometimes for unexpected reasons. Prime Minister Lloyd George, for example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth. Others, like Balfour, believed that getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary when he wrote that the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Meanwhile, the Zionists assured Britain that their future country would be a reliable ally. So that's the backstory of how European anti-Semitism, Zionism, and British imperialism all led to the Balfour Declaration, this British promise to build a homeland for Jews in Palestine. Now we're going to look at how Britain did that. World War I had been a conflict between rival empires, and the winners set up the League of Nations to distribute the losing side's territories between them. They called it the Mandate System, putting territories once controlled by the Ottoman and German empires under the, quote, tutelage of advanced nations until they became independent. Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were never asked what they wanted or what independence would look like to them. Listen to what Balfour wrote to one of his colleagues.
For in Palestine, we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country.
Instead, it was the Zionists who were consulted about what their vision for Palestine was, and so the mandate ended up incorporating not just the Balfour Declaration, but several clauses requiring Britain to ensure the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. British rule was very accommodating to the Zionist project. The Jewish community in Palestine grew with big waves of immigration. They had their own schools and factories and even their own militia, the Haganah, and they were led by the Polish-born David Ben-Gurion, the leader of their representative body, the Jewish Agency. To the Palestinians, it was clear that Britain wasn't delivering them independence. It was delivering their country to other people. In 1936, they went on strike. British forces tried to break the strike with arrests, torture, mass punishment, and executions. Leaders were exiled, weapons confiscated, and houses blown up. Palestinian fighters attacked British and Jewish targets, while British and Haganah forces would carry out joint raids on Palestinian villages. Something had to change. The British government sent a commission called the Peel Commission to figure it out, but their proposed solution was typical. Just draw another British line on the map, divide the country, give this part to the Jews and this part to the Palestinians, and make that part of Transjordan next door. Oh, and because the Palestinians were a majority in the country, 250,000 of them would have to be removed by force to make the Jewish state viable. Remember, these were the proposals that were meant to calm things down. Spoiler, they didn't. Instead, the revolt continued until 1939. By which time about 10% of Palestine's adult male population had either been killed, injured, arrested, or exiled. The British government really needed a solution. So here comes another report.
The Commission is studying the 20-year-old Jewish settlements in British-mandated Palestine.
The 1939 White Paper created a conflict between the British and the Zionists for the first time, because it rejected partition and said the solution was for Palestine to gain independence within 10 years, with everyone living there sharing it together. Crucially, it also imposed severe limits on Jewish land purchases and immigration. To the Zionists, this felt like a betrayal. In response, some set off bombs across the country, killing dozens of Palestinians. But soon, everyone was distracted by something much bigger. More than 60 million people were killed in World War II, including 6 million Jews murdered in Nazi death camps. Jewish survivors fled Europe, with a large number of them trying to find safety in Palestine despite the British limit on Jewish immigration. This set off a more direct confrontation between the Zionists and the British, with Palestinians often targeted as well. The Zionists knew two things. Militarily, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting in Palestine. They were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations to clean up its mess. Alright, 1947 and 1948 are the most pivotal years in this story, so let's take a look at how things are lining up. During British rule, Jews had gone from 10% to 30% of the population, and owned about 6% of the land. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership, the Jewish Agency was pretty much functioning as a government for the Jewish community. And the Zionist militias had tens of thousands of soldiers, modern weapons, and officers who'd already fought in World War II. On the other side, the Palestinians hadn't been allowed to develop their own administration or military. But as they waited for the UN's solution, they were still the majority all over the country. In November 1947, the UN, then only made up of a fraction of the world's countries, voted to partition Palestine. This plan marked off 55% of the country for a Jewish state, but the UN never explained how it could be a Jewish state when half the people in its territory were Palestinian. To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN's plan. Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership accepted, but they saw an opportunity. With the British on the way out, the Zionists knew they would have the strongest military in Palestine. Their forces were instructed to seize more territory than they'd been awarded by the UN, and to do what was necessary to reduce the number of Palestinians in it. In cities like Haifa, the militia set off car bombs in Palestinian neighborhoods. They attacked villages and forced residents out.
Haganah troops have driven the Arabs out of the beleaguered city, taking many prisoners.
After inspecting parts of western Jerusalem that had been emptied of Palestinians, Ben-Gurion said,
"In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months there will be considerable changes in the country, and to our advantage."
One of the events that helped speed up these changes took place on April 9th, 1948, when the village of Deir Yassin was attacked. A British government report to the United Nations describes the scene. 250 people were killed in circumstances of great savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered by automatic firing. The story of what happened at Deir Yassin set off panic all over the country. As news spread, people fled, fearing they would be next. Historians have recorded dozens of similar massacres during this period. Each time, they would result in entire communities fleeing.
תמיד הייתה הוראה, והייתה הוראה של בן גוריון, לגרש את האנשים משם. כבשנו את המקום, טרקטורים חרשו את המקום. חרשו. לא נשאר זכר של כפר. למה? לא רצו שתהיה, לא חזרה ולא זכר של המקום.
By the time Britain ended its mandate on May 15, 1948, 250,000 Palestinians had fled. The night before, David Ben-Gurion announced the founding of the State of Israel, with himself as its first prime minister. He was standing under a giant portrait of Herzl, 51 years after Herzl had predicted this very moment. The Zionist militias came together as the newly formed Israel Defense Forces, but the fighting wasn't over. With the British out of the way, soldiers from several Arab countries entered Palestine. But the Israeli army was better equipped, better organized, and unlike the Arab armies, had a unified command and backing from several European countries. Israeli forces pushed into places that the UN had assigned to the Palestinian state, like the towns of Lidda and Ramle. 50,000 people were forced to flee from there, many on foot, in what became known as the Lidda Death March. After being emptied, the towns were given Hebrew names, Lod and Ramla. Like in many other emptied towns, the buildings and homes were taken over by the new Israeli state and given to Jews. By the time the UN secured an armistice, 3/4 of the Palestinian people had become refugees. In Arabic, they call this the Nakba, literally the catastrophe. The new state of Israel made up 78% of what had been Palestine. The remaining parts were annexed by Jordan or taken over by Egypt. A year later, the UN passed a resolution calling for all Palestinian refugees to be allowed to return home. They never have been. Palestine had been erased. In the decades since, attempts to resolve this conflict have again tried to partition the land. With each successive attempt, the territory offered to Palestinians in their historic homeland shrinks even more. Ironically, Israel is still struggling to maintain the population advantage it gained in 1948 when it forced all those people out, because in 1967 it occupied the West Bank and Gaza, bringing all the Palestinians living there under its rule. And so today, the population of Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal. But those living under occupation have no rights, no citizenship, and no prospect of independence. The Nakba-era tactics of settlement, home demolitions, and expulsion are still used against them.
Nakba, Nakba, no! We want Nakba, Nakba, no!
Israel has taken the land but wants nothing to do with the millions under its rule. International, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights groups say this system is a form of apartheid.
I'm curious what Ben or Dennis would say about the Israeli soldier laughing as he says he lost count of how many Arabs he killed with his machine gun, when they say that one side wants to kill the other and one side just wants peace. Again, I think that you can't really paint things.
Well, it's like you said, it comes down to the individual. And the generational thing, I mean, history might not repeat, but it sure rhymes. Whether you go back as far as the First and Second Kingdoms that Ben Shapiro mentioned, or coming into modern day. And after this past weekend conflict, where are things going to go? We know who supports who globally about this point.
We are seeing some division here, obviously, which is tough. I mean, some of the videos we watched are incongruent. Now, having seen these, what's your assessment on which of these is accurate?
Well, historically and biblically, I mean, the Jewish people of the land and the First and Second Kingdoms, and always getting kicked out by a different empire. And it seems that the Arabs and the Jewish people of the land have always been there. They have had times of peace. They have had times of conflict. And it is just that never-ending cycle, generation to generation. And not really sure where it's going to go in the future. It seems after last weekend, Israel has no choice but to go through all of the Gaza Strip and eliminate all of the Hamas soldiers while trying to not harm any civilian women, children, or elderly, the way that Hamas attacked Israel last weekend.
That should be pretty easy, right? Kind of like Afghanistan.
Well, and that's the other thing, is that apparently a lot of the weapons used from the Hamas were the ones left in Afghanistan. That's been the rumor. You look it up on your own. I don't know what the truth is there. They got them from Iran. Iran supported them. Some of the other things that I've heard this past week.
So that last video mentioned the Jewish militia or the military slaughtering Palestinian women and children, stripping them down and shooting them, executing them. Is that to be believed? Is that accurate? I don't know. It's a horrible, horrible thing. We're hearing similar reports now from what happened this last week. Again, it's really hard to know what to believe when one side is obviously revealing themselves to be disingenuous about what they're saying. They're saying contradictory things. Well,
and atrocities are caused by individuals, and maybe they're set up by not only local governments or local leaders, but as we saw from international leadership. And as empire taken over empire and the fall of the British Empire did leave them to their own devices. So it is an Israeli state, and it seems that Palestinians never wanted to agree on a two-state solution, maybe except for that Yasser Arafat agreement and acknowledgement. But as we know, all these peace agreements don't last. And there are other interested parties from around the world, whether it be the other surrounding Arab nations, or obviously from what we saw, the European nations, and of course, America.
Is there a way out of this? Is there hope for this? Is this going to end up in the Middle East being a glass bowl?
Well, I know some have said World War III already happened, or might have been the Cold War, or might have been this war or that war. I think the definition of a third world war would include the use of nuclear weapons, and that, I think, is the scariest piece of that pie. Prayerfully, that does not happen, and it does not become a glass bowl by that measure, and that innocent lives are spared through the rest of this conflict.
Yeah, and my fear is that, well, you know, I read something about there's been some resistance in Congress to more Ukrainian funding for their war efforts, but I noticed that they've attempted or are attempting to tie that Ukrainian aid to Israel militarily now, because they know that nobody's going to vote against that, so we can shoehorn this in. And the concern that gives me is no matter how many children die, somebody's really interested in pushing this forward. Somebody's going to benefit from that, and they'll do everything they can to cheer it on, to encourage it, to propagandize it. And it just makes me trust everything I hear even less, because I know that there are foul motives driving some of the parties involved in this. And, you know, maybe that's the first step, is rooting out that corruption.
Everybody's looking to make a buck off of it.
Definitely make a buck and
certain.
gain some power, gain some strategic advantage, resources. You know, I will
do a shout out. Russell Brand had a video, and I will put it in the description below, that explained how all these congressmen in America are buying up military stocks right now.
Yeah.
So between Ukraine and Israel, our government's looking to spend a lot more money they don't have, already being $33 trillion in debt, which they created. The people of America didn't create. The elected officials created all that debt, and who knows what'll happen to that. That'll be in another video.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about both sidesism. Well, who's the best at both sidesism? American foreign aid. It goes to everywhere. Weapons, money, cash that disappears into the pockets of the rulers.
Well, the withdrawal from Afghanistan with all that military equipment, I was just like, okay. But instead of transferring that equipment to, say, Ukraine, if they knew that's the jump they were going to make at the time, they were like, oh, no, we can't do that because we need to spend more American tax dollars on new equipment.
Right. For ourselves, we'll offload all the other stuff to Ukraine.
Meanwhile, leaving all that equipment in the hands of the Taliban in Afghanistan.
You don't want to leave a power vacuum, right? I don't know.
And how that translated over Iraq, through Iran, and through Jordan and Egypt. It is definitely a big old mess over there, and I wish you all peace and prosperity and less violence in the future.
Absolutely. I did not know this was the topic you were going to lay on me this morning. I thought maybe we'd do a movie review. So pretty intense, but I'm glad we talked about it. It's a really important thing that's going on. It's tragic. It's really saddening. like you said, I hope that there's a solution out there.
Well, we'll see where it goes in the coming weeks and months. From an American perspective, knowing that we're going into another election year, I was saying at the beginning of this year that I've always had this feeling like this year was going to be a little more calm than next year, but I think after this past weekend, shit's really going to pop off over the course of the next year, whether it be through the primaries or even when they get to the general election. A lot of this foreign conflict will come home to roost, and we will see riots and stuff maybe like we did in 2020. And so with that, I would say stay safe.
Get ready.
And
head on a swivel.
And take the next step.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step, never stop learning. If you're falling down, then get back up and take the next step again.
So people couldn't garden and farm in their own yards, making their own food.
Yeah.
Like if there's any dictator looking to do that, you know they just got to go.
I mean, my performance is maybe not top notch tonight, but I think we're doing better than they are.
I think we are too.
Let us know.
This is fun. Let us know in the comments below. Like,
I'm having a
subscribe,
good time.
share this video. Oh, goodness.
How are we doing? How are we doing?
Well, you know who the real winner of this whole thing is? Thanks for being with me here today, Peyton.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me. What better way to have this conversation than a smoky back room with cigars and bourbon? Smoky back porch.
Back porch indeed. As you know, we got the beautiful hill country here behind us. Well, before we get started, let me ask you, what did you think about the second GOP debate being held at the Air Force One hangar at the Reagan Library?
You know, it was, he seems to be the main focus of GOP lore these days, right? When they want to talk about the old traditional GOP and...
Oh yeah, everybody wants that election where they have, what was it, all 50 states or 48, 49 out of 50?
Yeah, yeah.
Like he had, like Reagan had in his second election?
Yes, yes. But great event, or great venue. I mean, it was a great venue. You know, when you go to the circus, seems exciting, seems like maybe it's a good idea, but the clowns are creepy and you really just end up feeling sorry for the elephants. And I think that's kind of how it went for me.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that Air Force One plane, I just thought of Air Force One, the movie. Get off my plane is the first thing I thought every time I saw that plane, because I believe it was the same one modeled for the movie.
And I would have loved to seen Harrison Ford debating that night.
He probably could have done a lot better.
I think he probably would have carried it. You know?
Maybe so.
He might have my vote tonight. We don't know. I will say this. I thought the moderators were okay, and I know you might want to talk about that specifically later, but had trouble understanding the young lady from Telemundo, I believe it was.
Oh, yes.
And the, who was the Brit?
Stuart Varney.
He struggled a little bit, some stumbles and some bumbles, and couldn't really keep control of the crowd, you know.
It wasn't really fair. I mean, Dana Perino was the White House spokesperson for Bush, so she knows, and she's been on the Five. She's been with Fox for so long on Fox Business, occasionally with this one, but normally she's just on the Fox News Network or Fox News Channel.
She did good. She did all right. I had some thoughts about some of the things that she threw out. But
We'll watch some of the clips I have for Dana Perino a little bit later.
Well, wait, can I ask you this? Yeah. Before leading into this debate, did you have a first pick in this group that's going to be on stage, and did that change after the debate?
I really had no expectations going into this debate after the first one. I know the first one, Vivek Ramaswamy really knocked it out of the park, I thought. His one mess-up line in the first debate was actually probably one of his best lines, pointing out that everybody else on stage was bought and paid for, as they are all government career politicians working for the taxpayer dollar, and really the power that comes with the offices that they hold.
Yeah.
And so this time I noticed Vivek went ahead and tried to speak up his colleagues to try to make up for that. And I don't think that worked to his benefit, because the rest of his colleagues up there on stage were just hammering him left and right.
They were out for blood, for sure.
Especially for that one comment that they're all bought and paid for, which,
I mean, the truth hurts, doesn't it?
None of them proved him false.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they all have to have so many small donations even to get up on the stage. So I'm sure that they all have plenty of great supporters. But the elephant not in the room, Donald Trump, really put a spin on the whole thing. But for the most part, we'll just leave him out of this conversation for tonight.
Let's get to it. I'm ready. I'm pumped.
All right, let's start off with this first clip from Vivek Ramaswamy.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you've said you really empathize with the strikers. You're standing next to Senator Scott. Do you agree with what he said, or do you think he's wrong?
I agree with some of what he said, for sure. I like the spirit of it. I'll say that I don't have a lot of patience for the union bosses. I think that's where he and I actually have a common view. I do have a lot of sympathy for the workers, however. People are going through real hardship in this country. I've been through hardship growing up. My father stared down layoffs at GE under Jack Welch's tenure at the GE plant in Evendale, Ohio. My mom had to work overtime in nursing homes in Southwest Ohio to make ends meet and pay off our home loan. So I understand that hardship is not a choice. But victimhood is a choice, and we choose to be victorious in the United States of America. You know what, if I was giving advice to those workers, I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be. Disastrous economic policies that have driven up prices, that have driven up interest rates and mortgage rates, at the same time wages remaining stagnant. What we need is to deliver economic growth in this country, unlock American energy, drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear energy, put people back to work by no longer paying them more money to stay at home, stabilize the U.S. dollar itself, and rescind a majority of those unconstitutional federal regulations that are hampering our economy. That is how we unleash American exceptionalism. And that's not a Democratic vision or a Republican vision. That is an American vision, that we embrace economic growth, and capitalism is still the best system known to man to lift us up from poverty, and we should not apologize for it. That's what it means to be an American.
My goodness. Can we vote now? Can we just vote? Can we just get this over with? I'm ready.
Unfortunately not, but obviously you like Vivek Ramaswamy.
I do.
What were some of the points he made that really jumped out at you for that one?
Well, obviously his great line about the picketers should move to Washington, D.C. They should be protesting the federal government. I agree. You know, you can blame the mob attachments to the unions and the bosses there. You can blame the workers for asking too much, throw the blame all over. But I think he's got a point when he says it falls on these regulations, and the ties with the government is always what brings it up and brings the quality down, brings the costs up and brings the quality down with this kind of stuff. So
he's basically saying that they should be picketing the other people on the stage.
Correct.
The governors and the senators.
Yeah.
Of all these
specifically
states.
Washington, D.C., but yes.
Well, the senators,
these career politicians,
right.
yeah. I mean, I love the guy. That's, you know, that sounds presidential to me. I know that that's kind of become a cliche, but it really does.
Definitely what he said in regards to cutting back regulation, all the red tape for industry and innovation. Definitely want to open up the spigots on that, because everybody is so afraid of making a mistake. It's like, well, if we don't try something, how are we going to improve something?
Yeah.
Well, everybody's too afraid because of overregulation that to even try to do something different.
I mean, energy, he's big on the energy, unleashing it all. I think that's going to be tough hill for him politically when he's talking about burn as much coal as possible. But I don't disagree. I mean,
well, that's what they're doing.
Cheap energy and energy power, cheap energy and, utilizing all of our resources to generate power is the best way to lift people out of poverty. It's the best way to boost our economy, as he mentioned. And he mentioned nuclear as well, which I think if you're interested in being part of green energy or renewables, that nuclear
definitely has to be
huge
part of
that
the conversation, definitely.
Yeah. So I thought it was a great point, great opener. Go Vivek. Bing!
Yeah, so our second clip starts off with Ron DeSantis and leads into a little bit of a debate with Tim Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy.
Governor DeSantis, China invested $12 billion in Latin America just last year. They signed strategic partnerships with 7 countries, including Mexico. And China's military ties to the region now include arms sales and training exercises. Are you comfortable with China deepening ties with our southern neighbors?
Of course not. And the reason why we're in this mess is because elites in D.C. for far too long have chosen surrender over strength when it comes to the CCP. Some people in our country got rich, our industrial base got hollowed out, and they have been able to build the second most powerful military in the entire world. We need a totally new approach to China. We are going to have real hard power in the Indo-Pacific, like Reagan, to deter their ambitions. We're going to have economic independence from China, where we're decoupling our economy, and we are going to go after the cultural power they have in this country. As governor of Florida, I banned the CCP from buying land in our state. We should do that all across these United States. We shouldn't have them in our universities. We shouldn't have Confucius Institutes. So you see a country in decline, our power's in decline. China's going to surpass us this decade, and if they do that, that's going to affect every single American household. As your president, I am not going to let that happen. I'm going to reverse this country's decline. We are going to choose strength, not surrender, when it comes to the CCP.
So we got our first round of China bashing in. I'm sure there will be plenty of that, or there's plenty of that to go throughout the night. I understand that there are concerns there. I think they're overblown. I think it's kind of hyperbolic scapegoating. China's demographics are such that, especially after the one-child policy, that they have no young people left in their country. Their demographic shape balloons out at the top, and that means they're running out of young workers and taxpayers and consumers to keep the economy going.
Is that why they expanded to Hong Kong before their China
they're
policy
trying to
was
do
up?
everything they can, of course, but
Building islands?
It's a party of one. It's one guy. He makes all the decisions. He's cut off any, insulated himself from any information coming in. And they import almost all of their energy, most of their food, most of their fertilizer. China's not this great powerhouse that, is going to come take over the world. Now, they might be the ones that slip in when we are so weak and fighting against ourselves that they could cause some real problems.
Well, here's the question I have with that is that I think the biggest thing with China is that they have a population of 2 billion people versus the United States, 330 million, right around there. So they have the workforce to do the manufacturing jobs.
But they're all aging out. And so that means that workforce.
Well, they have just the men because, like you said, with the one-child policy, it was the boys that survive, and they're the ones that are filling in all these jobs.
Right.
And so I don't believe that America can get those manufacturing jobs back just by the numbers.
Right.
They take out our entire population with only 1/6 of theirs.
Right.
Or would match ours.
Right.
So if only, say, 40% of our population even works, let alone in manufacturing, we're talking way under 175 million people that all we'd have left to get those jobs.
Right.
So,
yeah, I mean, it's definitely
so
a big
where do we
competitor.
find cheap labor is the question for that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Mexico's actually very competitive with labor prices right now, and the quality's better. In the last, I don't know, I think it's 5 years or so that trend has been moving in that direction. A lot of the jobs in China moved into other areas in the Indo-Pacific region because the costs were going up there and trade tensions and things like that. Feels like a little bit of fear-mongering, beating the war drums. I don't want to say that China is not a concern, but
what you mentioned with Mexico, yeah, Trump had put in place the Canada-Mexico trade agreement.
The new NAFTA.
Right. And
which
so
is great for us.
That has seemed to benefited quite a few people from what I've seen and heard. Yeah, having more of this manufacturing in Central or even Southern America would make more sense, because if a lot of these people are looking to come to America, if they can stop somewhere south of the border instead of trying to make the harsh trek across the desert to cross the southern border illegally, probably not the best way to go. Even as an asylum seeker, you'd have to go before a court to prove that you needed to seek asylum. But if more businesses were, say, south of the border, maybe less people from, say, South America would continue those dangerous treks.
And I think there's a certain percentage of immigrants coming in now that are from China. My understanding, they're not just coming from Mexico or South America. We're getting a lot of influx from all over the world. I don't know. DeSantis seems like somebody who's going to do a lot of saber rattling and, aggravating with the whole China issue, and he wants to take a strong stand on it. I understand that it's going to be popular with the party, but I think we got to be careful about that. We shouldn't be looking for dragons to slay. We shouldn't be, provoking these other world powers just because, the whole storyline is, oh, they're about to surpass us. They're not going to surpass us. If we stopped patrolling the seas and kept the trade routes open for the world, China wouldn't be able to get any of their food or their energy or anything. It's the security of the seas, which we provide, which allows them, and our trading partnership with them, which benefited them maybe unequally. What's the
trade balance, imbalance,
imbalance. Yeah. For some time, still without us, I think, unless we're just going to go full on, like, let's start lobbing nukes, and in which case,
Yeah, it doesn't help the consumer or the worker.
No.
By any stretch of the imagination. No. For Ron DeSantis, I will say this. He does seem to do a lot better in his one-on-one interviews, but when he's in a big group, say like these last two debates, it's just too much competition for him. He doesn't get the focus. I think he is maybe a lot more like myself, where when it's one-on-one, I have great conversations, but you put me in a big group and it's just too convoluted to actually have any kind of meaningful conversation. And so even in that situation, I would step back. He did try to jump up a little bit more in this one than he did in the first one, but from what I've seen, most people forget that he's even there during these debates. And he likes to speak about his great record in Florida, which I can't say anything negative about.
I think he was a good governor, really good governor.
But how was he able to be a good governor? He has a state house and Senate that supports him. As an American president, we already know he is not going to have a federal house and Senate that will support him. Maybe they will. He used to be a senator, right? So he played in the DC swamp before he became governor, and now he wants to go back to the swamp as the president. I think if it is policy driven, I think he would do a great job managing the country in that way. But without the support that he had down in Florida, I just don't see him being able to get a whole lot of it done.
It's wild that he hasn't been able to capitalize on that, because he did have, in my opinion, the strongest the strongest position that he was coming to the table from, in that he had, during COVID and standing up, and also some of this culture war stuff, think about it what you will as far as his methods of resolving that, but he's been stalwart in that, and that gave him a great spot to launch from, but it's kind of fizzled. I feel like he hasn't really focused on his accomplishments and that enough that's what he should be selling himself as.
Well, I think that could be a double-edged sword, because if you're too busy focusing on your past accomplishments and not enough focus on what you're going to do in your future position or opportunity, I think the message can get lost that you're resting on your laurels too much.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We'll see
And
where he does. He was at the top of the pack. He hasn't really leapt that far forward, but he's he's still solid DeSantis. So
indeed,
see where it goes.
All right, let's get to the next one.
What do we got? What's next here?
You propose, quote, universal deportation for all undocumented immigrants and their children, even if the children are citizens of the United States. Under what legal premise will you expel U.S. citizens?
So the first thing I want to say is I agree with everything. The Republicans on the stage are on the right side of this issue. Militarize the southern border, stop funding sanctuary cities, and end foreign aid to Mexico and Central America to end the incentives to come across. But I do go a step further. You're right about that, Ilya. I favor ending birthright citizenship for the kids of illegal immigrants in this country. Now, the left will howl about the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. The difference between me and them is I've actually read the 14th Amendment. What it says is that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the laws and jurisdiction thereof are citizens. So nobody believes that the kid of a Mexican diplomat in this country enjoys birthright citizenship. Not a judge or legal scholar in this country will disagree with me on that. Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. And as the father of two sons, it is hard for me to look them in the eye and say, you have to follow the law when our own government fails to follow its own laws. That's how we really go the distance and solve this problem and restore the rule of law in the United States of America, because that is part of what it even means to be an American.
Senator Scott.
Wow. Now there's a statement.
That was a twist that I did not see coming.
I don't know that anybody did. Did you see DeSantis's face when he was talking?
Yeah.
Kind of a...
Did not see that one coming at all.
This? Yeah.
Where... Yeah, I think the term that they used prior to this was the anchor baby method of an illegal coming over just to give birth to their kid, so that way their kid would have citizenship, and through basically default, the parents would eventually get it as well through the kid.
I mean, from a constitutional, technical standpoint, like, that's actually an excellent point. Again, I think he does things that are politically dangerous to him, which almost makes me trust him a little more sometimes. I don't think anybody else on the stage, and somebody's going to imitate it right after he says it, but I don't think anybody else on the stage would have led with that if he hadn't brought it up.
Well, everybody always brings up, it's like, yeah, as long as you're born on this property.
Yes.
They never bring up the second portion of that is, and under the jurisdiction thereof. Well, if I'm currently in Texas and I go to Arizona, I'm still under the jurisdiction of Texas as a Texan with my driver's license. When I get pulled over, they're not going to throw me in jail because of us being the United States.
Correct.
So my Texas ID will work as a driver in, say, Arizona, but I'm still under the driver's licensing of Texas, even if I'm driving in another state. So I can see where his argument is going with that. And if that's what the amendment says, if it stands up to Supreme Court ruling,
oh, what a great line. The left will howl about the 14th Amendment, but the difference between me and them is that I've actually read it. I mean,
yeah, that was good.
Pretty funny and probably pretty accurate. I think it's a bold call. Something needs to be done. It does seem to be a very tough one, which in some demographics is probably going to be a difficult.
And I was stationed down at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, and I mean, the border down there, the legal crossings happen all the time. The Juarez is 3 million people strong in Mexico, right across the Rio Grande from El Paso, whereas El Paso is maybe 350,000 people population. So a lot of the times people from El Paso will want to do some shopping in Mexico. They legally cross over to Juarez, do their shopping, and then cross back into El Paso. And the Mexican nationals in Juarez do the same thing. They will cross legally, do their shopping at the local Walmart, and cross back.
I'm a fan of legal immigration. I think more is better. More skilled labor, more
Yeah, what
more
happened
opportunities.
to Donald Trump's big gate, big
But-
beautiful door?
Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, going by the law of the land is what we should be doing, or we should change the laws. I think that's kind of where I come down on it. Good point.
Yeah,
Another
when
one
you
for
have
Rick.
immigration numbers that we've been seeing, illegal immigration, just the ones that they've caught, not even the getaways, the numbers that they're throwing at us is bigger than some of the maybe smaller cities or even the smaller states that we have.
Right, right.
So how can we bring this many people in, get them jobs, get them housing, and get them into our economic system as quickly as possible?
Naturalization, you know, get them involved in the civics of the country if they want to do it, and have them go through the proper channels.
Well, we did
think
mention
that's fair. I
Ronald
think that's fair.
Reagan, and they mentioned that Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to millions of undocumented immigrants in the 80s.
No, I didn't
But
know this.
No other president has done it since.
Interesting.
And so maybe that was one of the things that he did to get that red wave in his second election.
Interesting.
I have to, if you know, please leave a message in the comments. I did not research that before we started filming.
News to me.
Yeah.
All right, what's next? What's next?
News to me. And so now we got Tim Scott's response to Vivek's immigration.
You oppose ending birthright citizenship. What does Mr. Ramaswamy have wrong on that issue?
Yeah, there's no doubt the fact that when you think of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, it was certainly written as it relates to slavery, not as it relates to illegal immigration. It's been applied to illegal immigration. So the challenge that we face is, in fact, one that has to do with whether or not the people that come here are under the jurisdiction of our laws. And frankly, if you come here illegally, you are not. Now, surviving a Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you. But from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple that clearly it was designed for slavery and not for illegal immigration. I'll go one step further, though. When we have a conversation about the things that are happening on this stage, we think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people, and I appreciate that, because last debate he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a part.
I said, Senator Scott, we were talking about immigration?
Yeah, that attack came out of nowhere.
He was just holding it. He was waiting.
He was waiting for a zinger to attack him on what happened in the past debate. So I guess my question is, why are you bringing up old shit?
Senator Scott, so you're running for president. What do you think we should do about immigration? Well, obviously, this is about slavery. And Vivek working with the Chinese. Great. Good plan.
All right.
Glad you got that figured out.
Let's watch them argue that one out.
It's not nonsense.
So look, here's what I want to respond. These are good people who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
Some of us are tainted, but the bottom line is when you say bought and paid for.
Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting while I'm speaking.
No, you said bought and paid for.
If I may finish.
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have
please focus on the issues that matter.
between
We know business in China. Everybody knows that.
If I may
focus
address,
on holding Joe Biden accountable. That's what we need to be focusing on.
I actually agree with Ron
When everybody's
DeSantis.
speaking at the same time, no one can understand
Exactly.
your message.
So if I may, I agree with Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next company, Strive, right when that's years ago.
2023.
Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me. To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
I think you have more than time to explain your point.
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these are good people, but I do not believe in these. We're sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did
the
not think it
honor
was
of
midnight
Ronald
in
Reagan's
America.
library, if I may, from one admirer of Ronald Reagan to another. From one admirer of Reagan to another, we cannot sit here and violate Reagan's 11th commandment.
I want to hear about that.
Let's have a policy debate.
What's going on?
Let us have a policy debate.
Let's have about their record.
Let's have a policy debate. And the right answer.
I'll drink to that. Good Lord.
Indeed.
You know, kind of got out of control there. I feel like his closing line, let's have a policy debate. Maybe that is a good point. You know, he's having to defend himself up there.
I would have liked to have seen a policy debate this entire... Wait a minute. It's called a debate?
Are they talking about policies?
Well, they're not really debating each other on any policies. Like Tim Scott, like I really like the guy as a senator, but then he comes in this attack out of nowhere, it seems, going after Vivek like that when you were discussing policy, and then you go and switch it all to a personal attack.
Right, ad hominem attacks. Now, I will say I do appreciate a rigorous debate. I appreciate when people kind of get to go back and forth and they get to really argue about some of these things. But again, when it's just these ad hominem gotcha attacks and...
Well, it wasn't even about immigration. It was about Vivek saying they're all paid and bought for.
Right.
Bought and paid for.
Bought and paid for, yeah.
And he didn't prove him wrong. Nothing he said.
They didn't contest
even
that.
If Vivek...
but you had a business in China.
Right.
You went to China.
And then you got out of there? Oh, well, yeah.
And Nikki Haley.
And where is most of the manufacturing done for American businesses? China.
China. All right.
So how many American businesses will fail when Americans take out Chinese manufacturing? I think it's kind of a flip situation from 2016, whereas Donald Trump was older, established in multiple industries, and he went and he attacked the bought and paid for politicians and got away with it.
Right.
And won the presidential election in 2016. Vivek does not have the business track record. Yes, he has a great business track record at this point, but not as lengthy as Donald Trump's is, and he tried to pull the same Donald Trump tactic and saying they were all bought and paid for. Only difference is Vivek didn't give them any money. Whereas if you remember in that first debate with Donald Trump, he expressed how he paid the politicians and the politicians listened to him, and all the other nominees were just like, none of them said a word. The whole stage was quiet. But Vivek just cannot pull the Trump like that. He doesn't have the notoriety, the age of service, if you will. He didn't go from one business to a totally different industry like Trump did with buildings and investments, and then into media the way he did. But yeah, I think that Tim Scott attack was definitely a ding for Tim Scott for me.
Same. Keep it on point, Scott.
That's right. So next up, Dana Perino brings in Mike Pence to discuss the ADA, Obamacare. Let's see how that one goes down.
Vice President Pence.
$5 billion.
Just last month, Vice President Pence, you said if elected, you would repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2016. And at that time, Trump-Pence had congressional majorities for at least the first 2 years, and you did not deliver on that promise. So Obamacare, right now, it is more popular than ever. Why should Americans trust you, if you become president, to fix that, or is Obamacare here to stay?
Well, first let me speak to the mass shootings issue, and then I'll answer that question. It's an important one, Dana. Look, I'm someone that believes that justice delayed is justice denied. And as a father of three, as the grandfather of three beautiful little girls, I am sick and tired of these mass shootings happening in the United States of America. And if I'm president of the United States, I'm going to go to the Congress of the United States, and we're going to pass a federal expedited death penalty for anyone involved in a mass shooting so that they will meet their fate in months, not years. It is unconscionable that the Parkland shooter, Ron, is actually going to spend the rest of his life behind bars in Florida. That's not justice. We have to mete out justice and send a message to these would-be killers that you are not going to live out your days behind bars. You're going to meet justice in this system.
But does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
Well, thank you for reiterating the question, because I'd love to answer it. Look.
So former Vice President Mike Pence can't even answer the question because he had an attack for DeSantis already pre-set up in his head.
Yes. Well, they had mentioned something about school shootings previous to that.
Right.
That he was wanting to go back to.
Yes, because in this debate, we know that since there are 6 candidates up on stage, they're only asking 1 to 3 candidates a question per topic and bouncing around from there, which I think is doing Americans a huge disservice. So thanks a lot, Fox Business, for not letting us hear what every candidate thinks about every topic that's important to us.
There's got to be a better way. I will say this, when I hear a presidential candidate talk about expedited death penalties, it always makes me a little nervous. That's the kind of thing that can get out of hand very quickly. That's not something we want to give the government expedited power to do. Now, I will say, if you find somebody in the act of a school shooting or just finished the act of a school shooting, I don't see any reason why they should be arrested at all. How about expedited there? How about the cops just take care of business when they show up? I would be in favor of that. I don't think anybody would mind. I don't care if they put their hands up or put their gun on the ground and say, I surrender.
I never understood how catching somebody in the act of committing a crime, they still have the right to a judge and a jury. Like if you're caught molesting a child, you should die on the spot.
I mean, I agree with that too.
If you are to shoot innocent children at a school, you should just be shot. If you're busted in the moment, in the act of, you should no longer be in society.
And I think that would be accepted. I think that nobody's going to complain about that. But you give the government a law that says they can expedite the death penalty, that might not go just as you plan.
Oh, agreed. Yeah, well, locking people up for the rest of their lives hasn't worked out too well for us either. So we got the incarceration, we got the illegal immigration, where we're trying to kick people out that are here illegally, lock up or kill criminals as fast as possible. This is a shit show.
Very exciting.
All right.
This question for Governor DeSantis. Over 26 million Americans don't have insurance coverage. Governor DeSantis, 2.5 million of them are in your state. That's worse than the national average. Can Americans trust you on this?
Well, I think this is a symptom of our overall economic decline. Everything has gotten more expensive. You see insurance rates are going through the roof. People that are going to get groceries. I spoke with a woman in Iowa, and she said, you know, for the first time in my life, I'm having to take things out of my grocery cart when I get to the checkout line because the total goes up so quickly. So this is very real, and people are hurting out there. So we've got to address the underlying problem with Bidenomics, the overspending, taking all Biden's rules and regulations. I'm going to throw them in the trash can on day one. You're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to open up all of our energy. We will be energy dominant in this country. That will lower your gas prices. And what we need to do with health care is recognize our health care is putting patients at the back of the bus. We have big pharma, big insurance, and big government, and we need to tackle that and have more power for the people and the doctor-patient relationship.
Governor, why is your record in Florida on insurance worse than the national average?
Our state's a dynamic state. We've got a lot of folks that come. Of course, we've had a population boom. We also don't have a lot of welfare benefits in Florida. You know, we're basically say this is a field of dreams. You can do well in the state, but we're not going to be like California and have massive numbers of people on government programs without work requirements. We believe you work and you got to do that. And so that goes for all the welfare benefits. And you know what that's done, Stuart? Our unemployment rate is the lowest amongst any big state. We have the highest GDP growth amongst any big state. And even CNBC, no fan of mine, ranked Florida the #1 economy in America.
So I'll tell you what, I think Ron DeSantis' prepared answers have been on point all night. That is his strong suit. He's practiced these answers several times. It's probably what him and his wife do when they get home every night is just practice him rattling off all these answers.
Yeah, I think his focus groups are doing very well, and his consultants. Mm-hmm.
And
I did like
his preparation in and of itself. And I mean, the policies, I can't argue against either. Like, yeah, I want less insurance and less government involvement in healthcare, so I can make the deals with me and my doctor and hopefully find the best possible doctor for the medical care that me and my family needs.
I kind of wish he had stuck with that, and that's what the question was about.
Right.
About how insurance, the system works, and how, again, taking it back to that doctor-patient relationship. And he's kind of, you know, I do like the idea that in Florida, they're doing great economically, and that they have work requirements for welfare. That's all fantastic stuff that you're doing as governor. Maybe stay governor and keep doing that stuff. I want to hear about how you're going to solve the problem of these insurance companies, which are jacking up healthcare costs, where you go to the hospital, you're paying ridiculous amounts for Tylenol, and the insurance companies are so tied in with the federal government and Congress and their lobbyists and the pharmaceuticals. It's a big mess.
Well, and
he wasn't addressing it.
The administrative costs for a doctor to be underneath all these regulations, to fill out all the Obamacare paperwork, just increases the cost exponentially, which I thought he made a good point, saying that they were not a huge welfare state. They do help the people that need help, but they do have the work requirements, where when you think of it, who's living off of a set income? Mostly retirees. Well, which state has the most retirees? If it's not Florida, they at least have all the snowbirds. So with the retiree population that they already have a set income. They're already on to Medicare and Medicaid in their retirement, so they don't need a health insurance plan. However, with the huge population boom that Florida has had, then I would say the people that are moving there either have jobs or going to get insurance through jobs, or work that out one way or the other.
It's a big problem. I'd love to hear somebody actually address it.
Indeed. I think a lot of the costs, just come from too much administrative bureaucracy, government regulation. But if you just let people do what they want to do for other people that is helpful, then there shouldn't be anything standing in the way or trying to snag a few bucks off the top of that transaction, like the government tends to do between patients and doctors.
Healthcare is not a right. You only have the right to care for your health. You're not entitled to have some doctor do something for you for free.
That's right.
But you are entitled to take care of your health and find the best ways to do that without government interference.
Yeah, think about it this way. Yeah, you can't force a doctor to operate on you. And if you did, would he even want to operate on you properly? All right, next we got former Governor Chris Christie and Governor Ron DeSantis, both discussing education.
On the subject of education, a question for Governor Christie. Students in your state are getting high marks on their report cards, but minorities are not doing well with math and reading. Black and Hispanic students averaging 29 points lower than white students in New Jersey. Would you address minorities first?
You have to address all students. And look, in our state, Stuart, frankly, before I was governor, that gap was close to 50%. And what we did was institute more charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school districts in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40% in terms of their proficiency. It can be done when you give people choice. But let's tell the truth to everybody about what this is. This public school system is no longer run by the public. It is run by the teachers' unions in this country. Randy Weingarten and her crew are absolutely strangling. They are taking the worst of their members and defending them rather than advocating for our kids. And when you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers union, there is no chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be. A President of the United States has to take on the teachers union. I did it in New Jersey, and I will do it as President of the United States.
Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you. Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you.
Are you guys having trouble seeing me?
Florida's new Black History curriculum says, quote, slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. You have said slaves develop skills in spite of slavery, not because of it. But many are still hurt. For descendants of slaves, this is personal. What is your message to them?
So first of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all, that was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars, so we need to stop playing these games. Here's the deal. Our country's education system is in decline because it's focused on indoctrination, denying parents' rights. Florida represents the revival of American education. We're ranked #1 in the nation in education by U.S. News and World Report. My wife and I, we have a 6-, 5-, and 3-year-old. This is personal to us. We didn't just talk about universal school choice, we enacted universal school choice. We didn't just talk about Parents' Bill of Rights, we enacted the Parents' Bill of Rights. We eliminated critical race theory, and we now have American civics and the Constitution in our schools in a really big way, just like President Reagan asked for in his farewell address back in 1989. Florida is showing how it's done. We're standing with parents, and our kids are benefiting.
All right. I'd say one of his stronger moments of the night.
Well, first we had Chris Christie.
Oh, yes.
Starting with him, and apparently the state of New Jersey education system was in a bad spot, and he was able to improve it with the New Jersey State Congress at the time he served. That's what I gathered. But him just coming right out and telling the American public, the public is not in charge of the public schools. They're ran by the unions.
And I guess he was talking about Pence's wife, because she's a member of the teachers union, or who was he talking about there? Or DeSantis' wife.
He said in the White House.
He was talking about one of his other
I thought he was talking about currently. And what Dr. Jill Biden is part of the unions.
Okay.
Mayorkas, I'm not quite sure.
Something like that.
However, yeah, I know Mike Pence had a nice little joke. He's like, he's been sleeping with the same teacher for over 30 years. It's his wife. That joke totally fell flat.
It really did.
It really did, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's one of these...
I saw where he was going with it. It was like, okay,
these,
your wife probably didn't appreciate it either.
These gotcha questions they're doing all night. Our entire education, and this is something Christie actually, to his benefit, said initially, was I got to worry about all students, not just
minority
students from marginalized groups or minorities or whatever you want to call it, which is the correct answer. Is it the president's job to figure out how to get Black kids' test scores up? Like, what are we talking about
well,
here?
And so many of them talk about school choice and closing or reducing the size of the Department of Education, reducing the size of the Department of Education, but it hasn't happened yet. Mm-hmm. There was an interview, I know, with Betsy DeVos, the previous Department of Education secretary, with the CEO of PragerU, and discussing how when she was in that role, she was pushing as much as she could those monies to be decided at the state level.
I did think that DeSantis was wise to pull it back. They threw him some off-topic question about what do you say to the descendants of slaves because of some quote he made that was a gotcha that apparently Kamala Harris, I don't know the whole deal there. He pivoted back to education, which I think was wise. It was one of his strongest moments of the night, I thought, talking about what all they'd done what all they'd done in Florida with school choice and the Parents' Bill of Rights and those kind of things. I thought that was good. As far as the slavery question, again, what are we talking about? The descendants of slaves? That's just what they throw out? Don't they realize that we're all descendants of slaves?
It's true.
Every single person on this planet.
That's right.
In some part of their lineage.
One way, shape, or another.
Unless you're a bloodline of monarchs, maybe if you're the Rothschilds, you were never a descendant of slaves. But I guarantee you every one of us was. So, come on, man. Come on.
Well said.
What are we doing? Let's talk about policy.
Yeah, even talking about slavery, if we're not talking about modern day slavery,
I mean, they could have clarified
human
that.
trafficking,
They could have
sex
said,
trafficking.
American descendants of American slaves. Like, give me some at least. Like, these are just, you know, sound bites from the moderator followed by sound bites from the politicians.
Well, when it comes to public education, some of my viewers already know I am a homeschooler. I am a homeschooling advocate. Number one reason is it keeps the families together. Because the public school system, since I guess the 70s, like once you went to a dual income household being the norm, especially through the 80s of Reagan years, you had more divorce. You had divorcees getting remarried after children, sometimes having more children. And so you have an expanded family. And where's the mom and dad? They're both at work. Where are the kids? They're out of public school. So you spend more than 2/3 of your entire childhood in the public school system, maybe 1/3 of the time at home sleeping and hanging out with your parents and friends, and you get the weekends and summers too. But you spend your whole life in the government system and you wonder why kids are against their parents, why wives are against their husbands, and just the downfall of society. I think if you were to eliminate public schools and families just had to figure out their own education, that would be an amazing lesson and a very interesting way to see how things would work out. But at the bare minimum, getting the federal government out of education, sending it back to the states, might give me an inkling of saying, hey, maybe I don't have to homeschool. Maybe there is a good public school option out there. But the way things are right now, there's no public school options out there that I would feel not only comfortable with sending my son to, but knowing that he would be safe, knowing that he'd be learning the things that he needs to learn to make it in life. I'd be more confident in that if more of those decisions were done at the local level.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, again, props to DeSantis for pivoting back to that. Like, this is the kind of things we need to be discussing that they can work on. Again, Governor DeSantis, you know that slavery is bad. Tonight, you have not said that slavery is bad. What would you say to people that have read about slavery?
I'll tell you that every American's a slave because we're $30 trillion of debt as a country. So we're all slave to our $30 trillion of national debt until we get all of our government politicians to pay the bill out of their own pocket.
Yeah, well, they could afford it, probably.
If anything, yeah. If you take all the money from every government employee that's been spending the $30 trillion that we're in debt, would you recoup it all? But then we know that's not how debt works, right? It's just debt. We just keep passing the buck. All right, let's get to the next one. Well, we hadn't heard from Doug Bergman yet tonight, so let's go ahead and get his question. Old Dougie B.
I have a question I think you're going to really like, or at least you have experience in it. And we need to talk about America's farmers because there is a foreign policy connection here. The U.S. and China are in this fierce economic competition. It's hurting American businesses, and there is blowback against American farmers because China then targets them in retaliation. How would you, as president, protect American farmers and ranchers from that kind of retaliation from a foreign government like China?
Well, first of all, we've got the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in America. If they have a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone in the world. But this is part of the larger issue that we're talking about here, which is we're in a Cold War with China. The Biden administration won't admit that. But we're also in an economic war through what we're doing with agriculture and energy. And we're also in a war with them relative to cyber war. We get attacked every day in North Dakota, every state, every school district, our tribes, all being attacked every day by either China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. And now we've got a Biden administration whose whole policy is appeasement. They're out there, creating the world, making it less safe. $6 billion they traded for 5 people. They've just now set a price on anyone's head who's a tourist from America, who's a student from America, for kidnapping. If you want more kidnapping, put a price on it. And then they're also helping Iran get to have more closer to nuclear weapon, which pushes all of the Middle East closer to China and Russia. The whole thing is absurd. And then, of course, we're going to give Ukraine to Russia, and then we're going to give Taiwan to China, and think that's a foreign policy. That will make our nation less successful, make us more poor. And at the core of all that is energy policy, because China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day. They're the largest importer in the world, and we've had 4 cabinet members from the Biden administration there this summer, and none of them talked about U.S. energy. The first one to go to each of those countries was Kerry, to talk about the folly of the climate policy, which is making the world less stable. It's empowering dictators. It's not about climate change that we need worried about. It's about the Biden climate policies that are actually the existential threat to America's future.
I feel bad for Governor Doug Burgum.
That was one of his weakest moments of the night. I thought he had.
But it was
the
the only direct question he received the entire night.
I know he had to pipe in a couple of times. Like in
the very beginning, he spoke up and he got himself heard. And then once the question was directly to him about farmers, he went to CCP, went to Iran nukes. He just tried to cram his entire prep package into his answer on that one question.
He did get around to making a good point at the end, which was that the climate policies are the real threat to American farmers. He didn't get farmers in there, but yes, I think that these bans on fertilizer and fossil fuels is crazy. You'll just starve the whole country if you really enacted some of those.
Well, the whole world apparently the whole reason we're in Ukraine right now is because they're the breadbasket of the world, which before this war I had never heard that before.
Oh yeah, but huge wheat supplier, definitely. One of the, maybe the second largest. It had never,
during the entire Trump administration, never heard about it. In fact, you know what? Never even heard about Russia trying to get into Ukraine. Under Obama, I remember Russia going into Crimea, and I believe still have Crimea. And then during the Biden administration, they went into the Donbass region of Ukraine and are still there. So what changed between Joe Biden, vice president, and there's all this information about Ukraine, to 4 years of Ukraine who? During Trump, to another not only 3 years of Ukraine, but Russia is taking more of the Ukraine land. So it seems like it is a huge money grab by everybody in government.
As always. I would say with the farming,
military, industrial complex, sure, all those businesses too.
I would say with the farming, its energy independence is huge. Allowing fertilizer and some of these other methods of farming, getting rid of those regulations that shut down on that, this climate stuff, we can be dominant. We have the most healthy arable land in the whole world in this country, with all sorts of geographies and topographies and waterways that connect them. And I don't think we're going to be in danger of running out of food unless we do stupid stuff like banning fossil fuels and fertilizers and whatnot because they came from.
Well, yeah, and during the COVID lockdowns, Governor Whitmer had banned the sale of seeds. So people couldn't garden and farm in their own yards, making their own food.
Yeah.
If there's any dictator looking to do that, they just got to go.
My performance is maybe not top-notch tonight, but I think we're doing better than they are.
I think we are, too.
Let us know.
This is fun. Let us know in the comments below. Subscribe, share this video. Oh, goodness.
How are we doing?
Well, you know who the real winner of this whole thing is? The real winner of this whole debate, I think, has to be Dana Perino.
Here we have.
I think we're going to go on. You have to. We have all these questions. We're going to get to you. We're going to come back to you. There's a lot of time.
We're about child care. Nobody answered the question. In North Dakota,
you're all auditioning for the job as President of the United States. You want to earn these votes. But the world's problems land in the Oval Office. During the presidential debates in the year 2000, neither Al Gore nor George W. Bush was asked about al-Qaeda. Yet, just 1 year later, al-Qaeda's attack on September 11th claimed nearly 3,000 lives. And the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th. Senator Scott, you have no executive branch experience. What has prepared you to protect the nation from a major man-made national security crisis? Senator Scott, the national debt has nearly doubled in your time in office. The approval rate for Congress is at a mere 19%. If this were a business, you'd probably all be fired in Washington, but you're here tonight looking for a promotion. In 2013, Governor Haley hired you for the Senate. I'd like you to tell her why you should be promoted to CEO of the nation instead of her. It's now obvious that if you all stay in the race, former President Donald Trump wins the nomination. None of you have indicated that you're dropping out. So, which one of you on stage tonight should be voted off the island? Please use your marker to write your choice on the notepad in front of you. 15 seconds. Starting now, of the people on the stage, who should be? I'm absolutely serious.
With all due respect, I mean, we're here, like, you know, we're happy to debate, but I think that that's disrespectful to my fellow competitors.
Nobody wants to. Nobody wants to participate.
Let's do some questions. Let's talk about the future of the country.
I'll answer. I want to be clear.
Let me ask you this.
If I may.
Let me ask you something.
Yep.
Then, if you won't answer that question, let me ask you this one.
Yeah.
What is your mathematical path,
Yes.
Governor DeSantis, in order to try to beat President Trump, who has a commanding and enduring lead in this race?
So polls don't elect presidents. Voters elect presidents.
Right.
And we're going to take the case of the people in these early states. We're going to do it in a state-by-state direction. And why? Because as Reagan said in his day, this is our time for choosing. We are not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. Republicans have lost 3 straight elections in a row. We were supposed to have a red wave with inflation at 9%. It crashed and burned. Not in Florida, it didn't. We delivered it in Florida. And so we've got to choose right. We've got to win. And we need somebody that's going to be able to serve 2 terms. So in January of 2023, they'll be able to address the nation saying, we turned the economy around, we secured the border, and we fended off the threat from communist China. As your president, I will get that job done.
Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something. Governor Christie, I believe, excuse me, Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something on the card. Who was it?
No, but I'll certainly tell you.
Go.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I think I've been the only one on this stage who's been clear about this. I vote Donald Trump off the island right now. And the reason I vote him off the island,
any of the people on the stage,
you know what? Every person on this stage has shown the respect for Republican voters to come here to express their views honestly, candidly, and directly, and to take your questions honestly. I have respect for every man and woman on this stage because they've done it. Vivek, put your hand down for a second, would you? I still got time, dude. So chill out. Here, look. This guy has not only divided our party, he's divided families all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. I've spoken to people, and I know everyone else has, who have sat at Thanksgiving dinner or at a birthday party and can't have a conversation anymore if they disagree with Donald Trump.
Governor
he needs to be voted
candidates.
off the island, and he needs to be taken out of this process.
Can we give Vivek 15 seconds?
All right, you've got 15 seconds, Vivek.
Look, I have a different view on this. I think Trump was an excellent president, but the America First agenda does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you, the people of this country. And the question is, who's going to unite this country and take the America First agenda to the next level? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. So yes, I will respect Donald Trump and his legacy because it's the right thing to do. But we will unite this country to take the America First agenda to the next level, and that will take a different generation to do it.
That does it. I repeat, that does it.
And that does it.
I did like Dana's line about if this was a business, you'd probably all be fired, but here you are asking for a promotion. One of my favorite lines of the debate.
For sure. Definitely.
Very good. Very true. So I thought that was great. As far as the voting people off the island, I like DeSantis' response. Oh, this is
DeSantis
silly.
had to do the same thing in the first debate, too. I forget the circumstances specifically that the moderators were trying to do the same thing, pitting them all against each other in that way. And it was just wanting to see the fight, not actually debate any policies. And so that's one thing where this mainstream media, even in Fox News or Fox Business, is messing it up.
I will say I appreciate this approach more than the gotcha questions. When they're specifically designed, or these high ad hominem attacks just to trap somebody. I think that, maybe we could add some fun and games to it. Maybe they do get voted off the island. I'd like to see Chris Christie and Mike Pence go toe-to-toe gladiators, right? American Ninja. I want to have a partisan penalty buzzer.
I'll tell you exactly right now, out of those 6 people, if they all would have done it, Vivek Ramaswamy would have been voted off the island because all the other 5 are all establishment career politicians.
And they are afraid of him.
And so by definition, I don't think that would have been a smart way to go. If they would have gone after Vivek for being a younger version of a Trump-like character, okay, that would have maybe been a line of attack they could have tried. But the way that they were going after him just didn't make sense. And them going after each other, setting up Nikki Haley against Tim Scott against each other, just is pointless. Yeah, because, okay, there is a point. Because the, let's see, the first primary is in Iowa, second one is in New Hampshire, third one is in South Carolina.
Correct.
So now answer me this. Why did the GOP agree to have 2 people, Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, both from South Carolina, join the presidential race? So when we keep this in mind, we have a GOP establishment, we have a DNC establishment, and they're the gatekeepers for all Americans, whether you're independent, don't vote, or you are a Republican or Democrat.
There's only 2 parties.
If you're a Libertarian, Green Party, your choices are still being made by the GOP and the DNC.
That's right. There's only 2 parties, and there's actually only 1 party. The reptiles shamelessly claw for the loot, and the demons are wrapped in a cheap altruistic suit. They blend together in the circle of loyalty. Your red and blue starts to look like the purple of royalty.
I was just going to say 2 sides to the same coin, but I mean, that was definitely more beautifully said.
What a mess. What did you think about Vivek and his outgoing, the last statement of the debate?
Vivek is solid.
About Trump. No, specifically his comments about Trump at the end. What were your thoughts on that?
Oh, giving respect to your elders as the younger person, especially on stage like that, I think was a huge boost for him.
Do you think it was pandering to Trump supporters, or do you think he's sincere?
He could already have backroom deals with Trump, and that's the whole reason he's in it. But then again, so could everybody on that stage. Like in 2016, Trump was going up against 20 other people, right? Or 21. I think they started crazy. Like 22 people in the first round of GOP in 2016. So if Trump's using his same strategy from then, since he ran unopposed basically in 2020, being an incumbent, he's using the same strategy he used to get elected in 2016 by stacking the deck, so that way during the primaries, all the votes are split. Which will, just like last time, when all of them start dropping off, like the last time, Rubio and Ted Cruz, I think, were 2 of the last ones standing, but even they gave up against Trump. And so we'll probably see the same thing here, where we'll get down to another 3 or 4 of the 6 that were there here tonight, and Trump still won't show up.
He doesn't need to,
according to the polls. But that's why I like what Ron DeSantis said. Is he said polls don't elect presidents,
voters do.
Voters do.
or
well, technically
somebody, you never know.
The voters, yeah, and then
the media, the political parties, maybe the lobbyists, the big donors, super PACs.
Well, this actually goes into question with a stolen election or manipulated election tactics. It's that since we do have an electoral system, it is those electors that are actually casting the votes. And those people were the ones that Mike Pence previously said he could not overturn in order for Trump to have won 2020. Now, I don't think Mike Pence was overturning them. He was sending them back to the states to be verified and checked out against their state voting laws. And so as sketchy as that was in 2020, I think 2024 is going to be even sketchier. But at least people like Ron DeSantis have said, you know what, do the mail-in voting. You vote as soon as you get that ballot so we can start
I saw ads
banking.
for it. I saw ads for it during the debate.
Bank the vote.
Bank the vote. Like, get your vote in early.
Because one thing Trump did in 2020 is wanted everybody to vote the day of. Did he know that some of these machines were going to be rigged, that it was going to be stolen from him? Like, there's some 4D chess going on that I still don't fully understand.
Yeah. Question for you.
It'll be a very interesting primary season. And if our general comes down to a repeat of Trump versus Biden, I might just sit out. I don't even know.
Out of all the people on the stage, who would you like to see debate Trump one-on-one?
Who on stage could debate Trump one-on-one? Honestly, I don't think I would like to see anybody debate him. We all know that Trump fights dirty.
Right.
Trump's a dirty fighter. The only person that can fight even close to dirty enough is going to be Chris Christie.
Right.
And Chris Christie's been going after Trump this whole time and hasn't touched him.
Right.
Until this Donald Duck thing, which I thought fell flat, but apparently a lot of people think is hilarious. Yeah, I used to. Hey, Uncle John, if you see this video, could use a Donald Duck voice. Appreciate it.
What about Joe Biden? Out of all the people on the stage, who would you like to see debate Joe Biden?
Actually, Joe Biden, I'd just be happy if he went up against RFK Jr., who is getting ready apparently to announce an independent run instead, since once again the DNC has shut him out.
That's what I think we deserve. We deserve to see Biden debate RFK. We deserve to see Vivek debate Donald Trump. Let's really hear it. I want to hear the mudslinging.
Well, you said
and the
Vivek.
attacks.
On that note, I would say for a final three debate, if I could see Trump, DeSantis, and Vivek, I would be very interested to see that.
That would be good.
Maybe even throw in Nikki Haley. We didn't watch any clips tonight from Nikki Haley, but I will go ahead and make sure the audience sees some. Maybe we'll come back and talk about it. It seemed like she had 3 or 4 really good policy stances, but then her relentless attacks on other people on the stage, those 3 or 4 ones really turned me off to her.
No, hate her. Can't stand her. I want her out of politics entirely. If she walked off the edge of the earth, I wouldn't be sad. She's a war hawk. She's a fearmonger on China. She's an establishment neocon through and through from her birth to her blood. She sounded shrill as all the stereotypes of women in politics. Well, women always sound shrill. No, she sounded shrill and upset and combative, and I don't like her.
Well, Donald Trump
I voted her off the island.
Donald Trump appointed her to be the UN ambassador during his term.
Right. All his swamp creatures that he was supposedly going to drain, and he put all the neocons right around him in power. Are you kidding me?
Well, if it weren't for her appearance in front of the UN and her basically using Trump's platform to get the UN countries to pay more for the UN defenses, I think was strong. In fact, back then, I would have given her a lot more credit and thought she would have been a lot further in this race.
I never watched that closely enough to know how involved she was. I know that he was pushing back against UN involvement and expending on UN, and I like that. And I know she was spearheading his vision for that, but even from what I've seen tonight, get her out of there. Get her out of there. She's making a bad name for women in politics.
Again, I wonder if, like I said, since Trump did appoint her to be the UN ambassador last time around, why is she running up against Donald Trump? Nobody asks any of these people that worked with Trump during his first administration. I mean, Chris Christie has made it very obvious he didn't get picked for his CIA director role or FBI director role or whatever DA role that he wanted. And so he turned on Trump because he didn't get the job he wanted after trying to support Trump in 2016.
Yes, that's interesting.
So he's butthurt.
That would have been a good question.
But with Nikki Haley specifically having been the UN ambassador, I think that would have been a very important question, which is why I think there are some backroom deals that are set up to make the field look like it looks today.
Well, we're going to have to agree to disagree on Nikki. I don't like her. I want her out.
Like I said, if we're going to a final debate, I want to see Trump, DeSantis, Vivek, because when it comes to their policies and their rehearsed lines, DeSantis and Vivek have been on point during the first debate and the second one. Now they get a little shook up with the other people involved yelling at them or interrupting or
don't talk while I'm interrupting.
What? Yeah, don't talk while I'm interrupting. Wait, I interrupted talking.
That's actually a good line.
That was funny.
I want to use that line. I know it was a flub, but that was pretty good. Don't talk while I'm interrupting.
Right.
A couple of things we didn't get to. I really liked Tim Scott's line about the Great Society and welfare and how these were some of the root of our problems of poverty and mental health, and that America is not a racist country, and his emphasis on that. I thought that was good to hear. I thought it was a strong statement from Scott. I mean, he even made me think, VP Scott, that could be interesting. His non sequitur attack against Vivek kind of soured me on him a little bit, but great point there. Great point.
I do believe that Tim Scott is a good man, and that he does have good policies and a good viewpoint in regards to race relations in America today. I totally agree with him on that point. And yeah, his ad hominem attacks, I think that goes back to the backroom deals. Like, what benefit to his candidacy would that have had? What are his people telling him behind the scenes? That he has to attack Vivek to bring Vivek's numbers down and Tim Scott's up? Because I would say that interaction, in my mind, did not happen.
Yeah, it didn't help him.
If anything, every time Tim Scott or Nikki Haley attacked Vivek, Vivek went up in my mind.
Yeah.
He rolled with those punches left and right, and I think he did a good job deflecting or answering when he had the opportunity to.
Yeah, and he got railroaded. So, I feel for the guy. One other thing, I thought that he had a good answer about the banning of child mutilation.
Definitely.
He said this trans thing is a mental illness. We need to ban child mutilation. I think that is absolutely 100% something that we should be working on, is to stop this madness where children are being indoctrinated or worse, treated with drugs or even surgery. It's crazy, and I was glad to hear him emphatically speak out against that. And somebody else did too. I think DeSantis maybe or whatever. But
I think they were all in agreement on stage for that for that part of it.
But he said this is a mental illness. That's hate speech in Canada. You get arrested for saying that in Canada.
Well,
and I thought that was
the mental health conversation. I'll have to push off to another day because it's in my opinion, is a subjective medicine with no objective value to it whatsoever.
Yes.
If anything, maybe it's not mental health, it's spiritual health that people need to start focusing on. If you have a better spiritual health, your mental health will follow along.
I will say this was a lot more fun than actually watching the debate by myself
Same
with
here.
a bottle. This has been good to discuss it and analyze it, and it'll be interesting to see where this goes.
Do you think any of the people on stage will be Trump's VP? Or do you think they're all vying for cabinet positions?
I don't know that Trump's going to make it. I know he's the leader in the polls. I know he seems like a sure thing. I know that every person in Washington, D.C. is doing everything in their power to try and take him out and take him down and stop him from running. And I know the country's sick of the division. And I know the people are fed up with his vulgarity as a human being, his lack of a healthy soul. Yeah, he's may have been a great president and what we needed at the time, and may have been the only person able to withstand the slings and arrows of all the establishment that was thrown at him. But can't we just have something else? Can't we go to something a little better?
Yeah, I'm over Trump.
He's a vaccine salesman.
Well, he is a vaccine salesman, and that is what really got me. You know, I can give Donald Trump credit for his first 3 years of service, economy booming, lowest unemployment rate against everybody across energy independence.
Cutting taxes, cutting regulations.
Regulation and tax cutting,
Smaller
definitely.
government bureaucracy, yes.
And
no wars, new wars started.
Even with the pandemic, like, I'll knock him quite a bit, but the first thing I saw was that he showed Americans that it's not the federal government with the power, it's the state governments. So as a knock on former President Donald Trump, he gave Fauci a mic, and that was the dumbest shit I ever seen in my life.
And never took it away.
And even gave an award on his way out.
Mm-hmm.
And so for Trump having been swallowed up by the Trump in his last 9 months of office, he does not have my vote for a re-election. Did I attempt to vote for him in 2020? Yeah, he was going against Biden. Did I vote for him against Hillary Clinton? Yeah, he was going against Hillary Clinton. And after these past 3 years, if he's the nominee, yeah, I'm going to vote for him over Biden, Newsom, Kamala Harris,
yes,
etc.
Yes.
Let's
just hope.
However, if it's RFK Jr. on an independent ticket against Donald Trump,
I'd like to see him debate.
I would like to see that debate. You know what? Throw Biden in there without Chris Wallace for some help.
Yeah, yeah. Is this a schmecken? You know the thing, man. Come on, Jack. Well, this has been fun. Again, thank you for having me on.
Was there anything else? Yeah, no.
I love these cards. I feel like really, we got Quinn's Quick Picks here, and take the next step. These are great, super professional. Look at this, like really real TV people. I like it.
I'm doing what I can. I appreciate you coming out. It's a lot more fun talking to somebody than just talking into a camera. No offense, everybody watching. Hope you watch. Hope you enjoyed. Hit like, hit subscribe, share this video. Reach out to Peyton Ware. Do you have anything you'd like to plug while you're here?
Oh yeah, check us out, studios@fisher.com, FISCHER, that's studios@fisher.com. A multimedia production studio, recording studio, sound stage, really great spot out here in Hill Country. Come check it out if you want to record some music or make some videos. It's a creative spot you won't want to miss.
That was perfect. My friend and colleague, Mr. Peyton Ware, appreciate you coming out.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
And we should do it again.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. That'd be great.
All right, maybe we'll discuss something a little more fun next time.
Mm-hmm.
So
I hope we did all right.
Yeah, that will be Quinn's Quick Picks with Peyton Ware in the books. And we'll see you next time. Go ahead and take the next step.
Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step. Falling down. Then get back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down. back up and take the next step again. Take the next step a little bit closer. Take the next step with Quinn. Take the next step and never stop learning. Falling down, then get back up and take the next